You're back. It's Monday morning. You hang out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Starting nice and cool, 63 degrees this morning, but it's going to get hot.
Very hot and humid.
High of 85 degrees today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then that's it.
Okay.
But high of 85 each of those days. And like you said, humid, rain tomorrow and Wednesday. But today it just looks like cloudy, no rain. We'll see what happens. You never know when it gets super hot. Sometimes the rain just shows up.
Well, that air gets active.
Exactly that. How was everybody's weekend?
Oh, it's good.
Good? Everybody a good weekend?
I'm back.
Good.
Yeah, Kimmy had a good weekend?
Yeah. How about
It's
you?
good. Great. My weekend was great.
Busy weekend.
Mine was quite busy.
Yeah.
I've seen things I can no longer unsee.
Oh, what'd you say?
Well, like there's an innocence to humanity where when you're not exposed to certain elements of the world, you can go about your life as a normal person.
All right.
I no longer have that luxury.
Wow, changed you.
Yes, I am a changed man today. My daughter, I told you guys last week, my youngest was going to her first ever international ballroom dance competition. And it was international by 5 minutes. It was right over the border in Niagara Falls. And I had to leave right after the show, get up there. She was dancing Friday and Saturday, and she had something like 60 dances she had to do. It was just insanity. Right? So I also explained to you guys, there were people coming from all over the world.
Yeah, you said people were flying in for
this thing. Okay, so
who knew?
I told you I had never experienced one of these before. It was my first ever one, and I didn't know what to expect. And that was the understatement of my life. Yeah. Because I don't think you guys are man enough to make it through a weekend of ballroom dance competition. So let me tell you guys some things that First of all, my daughter, I know everyone's dying to know what happened. She did great. She came in first place at 41 out of the 60 dances she did. Couldn't believe it.
Wow.
She just kept winning medals. It was awesome. She's all proud of herself. So that was super cool. So there are, here's the first thing I learned.
What's that?
It turns out that ballroom dance MC and strip club DJ are the same job.
That's kind of creepy.
Ladies and gentlemen, doing your day. Here comes a tango. There's 6 partners ready out there. Say hello to Melissa.
Do you have to have a specific certification to have that job?
So there were 2 guys.
Because you got to know how the contest rules work,
you're just saying the name of the dance. I guess I could have done the job. Yeah. I'd be the best damn ballroom dance MC this world's ever seen.
You know more than me at this point.
So there were 2 guys, and one of the guys sounded like a strip club DJ, and he dressed like a strip club DJ. Yeah. He was wearing a red suit.
So he's slimy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He looked slimy.
He was skeezy.
He was wearing a red suit, a black shirt, black tie. Yeah. He looked like someone trying to dress up like the devil. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Tropicana. All right, so that guy. And then when that guy needed a break, they brought up this other guy who was the opposite of that guy. He was this older, probably in his early 70s, some kind of Southern American man.
Wow.
And he was wearing a hat, much like the stupid hats that you have.
Hey, so he's sharp.
Yes. Problem with this guy is English was not his first language. And I don't think it was his second or third language either. And he was having a really hard time. Okay, let me try that.
Are you saying he had such a Southern accent?
No, South American accent.
South
American accent.
Oh.
Yes.
So it was like a Brazilian guy.
I was having a very hard time understanding anything. And he was doing the awards, at one point after it was over, and we're listening for my daughter's name and what she heard, and
Nothing.
I couldn't. Thank God Claire. Maybe Claire speaks Portuguese. I don't know.
Damn.
I don't know how that works. Did I get that? Do they speak Portuguese?
Yeah, I think so. I think we looked this up once.
In Brazil?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's majority Portuguese.
Okay. So so this was a competition. My daughter danced against some kids. She danced against some adults. There were some just kids things. There were some just adults things. And here's something else I learned.
What's that?
So the way it's set up, there's this big ballroom dance floor.
Oh, you definitely have to have that.
Okay, but it's huge. It's huge, right? And it's like the size of a hockey rink, maybe half a hockey rink, right? And they line chairs all up along the side of it, and then around the 4 corners, and then they have tables backwards. And I wanted to sit at the tables because I want to take in the whole thing, right? My wife, no, we're gonna sit right there on the floor, right there.
Well, you have floor seats.
Floor seats.
Damn.
Yeah. No, we paid for them. So there's 5 to 10 dancers on the floor at a time. And they're moving everywhere.
Yeah.
It is chaos. It is chaos out there. It's like an atom during a nuclear reaction. Bing, 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 bing. Everyone's everywhere. And they dance right up to the edge of the floor where they're inches away from you.
Maximizing the space.
Like you could smell their cologne. They're so close to you, right? Well, I mean, they were Eastern European, so I could smell their cologne from my room. But you get what I'm saying, right? Okay. When you are a ballroom dancer, you are trained to make eye contact with everyone off the floor.
You work in the room.
Yes. So I was unaware of this.
That's creepy.
So I'd be, thank you. So I'd be sitting there, and here comes this woman who's like dipped in front of me, and she's like this far from my face, and she's just staring directly in my eyes, like trying to read my soul.
I get your daughter wanting to do this. Why did older people want to do this?
Because they grew up doing it, right?
Maybe.
But it's pointless. Like, it's a completely pointless.
You can make that argument for a lot of activities, right?
But this one is, like, if you want to go jog, okay. You put on your sneakers and your shorts and you go. But to play dress up and to travel and to pretend like you're some Argentine princess out here doing the tango, who's this for?
I don't know.
Because it's
Other
obviously
people who like doing it?
expensive.
Yes.
But like most of the people don't even know you.
Well, see, here's the thing.
I would want to say stop.
Well, they're
Get off the floor. This is wrong. You're doing your life wrong, madam. Go back to wherever the hell you came from. You're not Portuguese.
Well, now we're going down a dark road. Go back to wherever the hell you came. I'm in someone else's country yelling this. I'm not from here, but neither are you. We'll both leave. How about that?
Yeah.
I mean, you're like, nobody knows you, but I feel like there are like rivalries if you do it a long time.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, you know that couple. But you're right. It's within its own community.
Well, no, what I could gather from what I was watching, because again, this was all Latin to me, and not like Latin tango, but like you get what I'm saying. I didn't understand what was happening. There were like I'm gathering like 3 levels. There was like the beginner level, like the intermediate level, and then the like wow level, right? And like sometimes during the wow level, I was like worried.
What?
Like for safety?
Yeah, like people are like spinning, they're flying all over the floor. Like hands are missing faces by mere inches. When like,
man,
bro, I watched 2 dudes bump coconuts.
I would laugh my ass. You have to laugh.
Well, they were laughing after it happened. Like it seemed like a pretty laid back situation.
I could see somebody getting like a shoe to the head or something.
No, so another dude almost got kicked in the face, legitimately. So my wife is explaining to me like it's on the dude to like keep an eye out for anybody. Yeah, but if his back is to what's happening, it's on the woman to like pull his shoulder slightly to like pull him away. So it's almost like driving a fighter jet, I guess. I don't know how this stuff works, right? But by far the most uncomfortable thing about this dance competition I was at with my daughter, the adult women and the outfits they wear.
Oh. So they have costume changes?
Oh, boy, do they.
All right.
I mean, there were women that made multiple costume changes.
So every dance has its own outfit.
Yes.
Probably style of dance and stuff. It requires different types of movement.
I don't even think it was that because, like the way that it worked is like my daughter would go out there and she would dance like 4 quick dances that were like 60 seconds apiece, but it would be like, here's the tango, and then here's the cha-cha, and then here's this, right? How do I put this with the adult women?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw multiple vaginas.
Oh.
Not on purpose.
You didn't see vaginas.
So, like, they stripped down, like, right just off to the side?
No. Not when they were changing.
Oh, when they're dancing.
Yeah.
They weren't wearing underwear.
Oh, no, they definitely weren't wearing underwear.
They were absolutely.
All right, Kimmy, I'll tell you. I'll explain it. I know how they're not wearing underwear.
They're not wearing
I'll tell you how they're not wearing underwear.
Okay.
Here's how I know. Okay?
Please explain women's hosiery to me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Were you at the ballroom dance contest, Kimmy?
You didn't see multiple vaginas.
All right, let me explain how this works, all right? So first of all, half the women there looked like Drago's wife from Rocky IV. Right. Just like 6'4" blondes that would hurt you.
Right.
They would hurt you. And like as you got up into like the higher echelon, all of these women were solid muscle. Like it was insane.
But you got to be in shape, right?
I've never seen anything like it before. So Kimmy, these women were wearing dresses, all right? So like here's where the
vagina is?
Bodysuit.
Yeah, okay. But like it cuts up. The fabric cuts up all the way to here.
Yeah.
Right? Like one woman had it up to her belly button.
Okay.
I could see all of this. No panties.
So you saw a thigh.
No panties. No. I didn't see. I've seen thighs. I've seen lots of thighs, man. I've been to KFC. I've been to the beach. I've seen lots of thighs. All right. There's something about seeing
So wait, was
the combo point where the leg meets the abdomen that feels
But you
dirty
didn't
even
see
though it's
a
not? No, I'm saying
vagina.
it moves. The fabric moves.
So yeah,
Look
so
at me.
the-
Look what I'm doing.
so it's all yanked up to her cooter?
Bro, yeah. Yanked up to her cooter, bro. I'm telling you, like, I was seeing straight up bare asses.
Yeah.
Straight up bare ass. Like, there's like a piece of thing here. Just bare it up.
Maybe that's why they brought that stripper guy in to do the announcement. Hey, guys.
No, but let me illustrate again as we bring this whole story.
I don't need to see it again. I'm good.
What, this part here?
No,
You mean this thing I'm doing here?
I'm good. I got your demonstration.
So, and now look, here's the thing, man. I'm not here to shame anybody. Like, I don't know how this works. You feel great in that outfit, fine, do your thing. What was alarming for me personally
Was it?
when they're inches from you,
Yeah.
where do you look?
Oh, yeah.
Because, first of all, I'm sat right next to my wife. Not that if I was alone, I'd be like, oh, man, look at that right there.
But it's hard not to look. And it's also hard to pretend. It's also hard to, like, I'm not interested in that at all.
Exactly. But then, like, I don't want, like, by not looking, you also look like you're a bigger perv.
Yeah.
But then if I'm like, oh, no, I look, wow, look at that piece of crap. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Do you have to watch all of the dances, or can you like take a break? Like,
mean, you can get
is
up
it like
and-
like, are you in a seat? Are you just standing around?
You're in
How
a
does it
seat.
work?
Yeah, you can get up and walk around if you want to, but I don't know. Like, look, as much as I'm like trying to wrap my head around what I saw, I can't appreciate the performance aspect of it. Like, you and I did this for a living.
Yeah.
Well, not dancing, but perform. Like, I get it. I appreciate what goes into it and the balls it takes to get out there, right?
And vagina.
All the work that went into it for all these people. Like, I get it. It was just, I was not prepared in any way for all of those things that lined up.
And the dance of the forbidden vagina.
Oh, there was a lot of forbidden.
My village.
Like, there was this one woman
Yeah.
who she had to be, I would guess, 24 years old.
All right.
Unbelievable shape. And, like, her partner was probably around the same age.
Yeah.
And these kids were just flying out there.
kidding.
Flying around. And every outfit she wore, scantily clad, let's say that.
Yeah.
And my wife kept being like, oh, my God, look at her. And, oh, my God, like, talking about her dances.
Right.
And I was like, no, nope, I'm not.
Does your wife ever do this? She's so pretty and she's so put together.
Yeah.
And her hips and
Yep.
anytime my wife does this, I'm like, stop talking.
Yeah,
please.
I want no part of that.
Yeah.
I want.
Because what am I supposed to say? Oh yeah, she got it going on. Look at that old European clipper.
It's entrapment, is what it is.
Of course it is.
Straight
It's
up
a speed trap.
entrapment.
Yeah.
Yes,
She's just sitting there with a creepy radar gun, just waiting for you to hit 65. Gotcha, you son of a bitch. I knew you was looking.
Your mic's off. Your mic is off.
I could hear myself. Those words. There has to be one benefit, though, to being a parent of a kid who does this.
What's that?
You don't. There's no other parents that you have to be friends with.
Oh, okay. So
You know what I mean? You know how like you could get stuck with some bad parents
Sure.
or kids on like a team,
Sure.
and now you're just tied to these people. Like I feel like this is an individual sport where like, and especially because of the age ranges, you're not like stuck with other parents.
Okay, so that's a great observation. That is a great observation that was blown up in the last like 15 minutes I was there. Because there were like little ones that were about to. So again, it's chaos. The floor is complete chaos. Like there are dances starting over here, dances ending over there.
Yeah.
You know, we stop one session, we start another session. So Claire's final session ends, right? So she gets her awards and she's all excited, and we're trying to take pictures and all this stuff. Now we got to get off the floor because there's other dancers coming. So I'm trying to find a way off, right? And I can't go off the way that everyone's coming on because there's a bunch of little dancers there. I don't want to like get out of my way, right? So I'm trying to walk off the floor on the side, and I hear some guy going, something in Russian.
Yeah.
He's yelling in Russian. I go, that guy sounds mad. And I turn, and he's mad at me.
Why?
He's trying to film his daughter that's about to walk out on the floor, and I am in his shot. Right? And I go, oh, I'm sorry. And he's, I know it sounds more like German than Russian.
Yes, it does.
I don't really know how to speak Russian. And he's pissed. And he's got the biggest, fattest head I've ever seen in my life. Like
It's like a big Russian bear.
He looks like a parade float. Like that's how big this guy's head is. And he's a big old fat guy. And the split second, he's so furious that I'm like worried something's going to happen because he's now moving towards me with the camera.
You don't have a good relationship with anybody in the Eastern Bloc. Every time you had those guys from Turkey wanting to break in half.
Yeah. This is the second time in 2 weeks I've been yelled at in a foreign language in outside of Rochester. So he's like moving towards me with the camera, and I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And I'm looking at him, and he's big and he's fat, and he's wearing what looks to be a very expensive designer shirt. You know how Russian people dress, with all due respect to you Russians out there. And I'm like, okay, this guy could be an out-of-shape Russian man. This guy could also be a member of, like, the Russian mob.
Okay.
He had, like, that look to him, too, right? Where he's been around so long and he's got so much money, his head just exploded. You know what I'm saying? But luckily it didn't come to that because he just continued to scream at me in Russian as he went around me with the camera to tape his daughter walking out onto the floor. Every boy in the teenage division looked like a first-round NHL draft pick.
Oh, really?
Do you know what I'm saying? They all blonde, Eastern European,
skinny,
slick back hair. They
Missing
all,
teeth.
they all look like Rasmus Dahlin the day he was drafted by the Buffalo
They look
Sabres.
like kids.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were, but they were like all of them like standing straight at attention, chin straight up.
Like robots.
Yeah, like it was bananas. And they're all in tuxedos.
Man, that doesn't sound like any kind of fun.
My daughter loves it. She loves it.
I don't. Maybe that's why I always hated stuff like that. Like, this is what school's for. Like, after school, I shouldn't have to, like, be bossed around all afternoon.
It was definitely a cultural thing. I mean, like, you know,
And it's got to be exhausting.
Yeah.
Even for a kid.
Oh, yeah. My daughter was complaining about her back. She's 11. My back! I hurt my back! But no, it was...
Wow, what a...
Quite an experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, which...
So
Well, now you know.
But, I mean, you're going to have to do more of these.
Yeah, I know.
not unless...
But at least you know what you're getting yourself into.
I think that's worse.
You think?
I think the innocence of walking into the weekend benefited me.
Yeah, now you know you're in for the dread.
Yeah. Unless I find a way to convince my daughter to not want to do ballroom dancing anymore.
Which
Yeah, but she's got to find
shouldn't do.
something.
What's a pony cost?
A good pony?
Yeah.
Right now? Gosh, I'd probably get you into one for about 5G.
Dumb.
A good. You want like a thoroughbred pony.
I don't care. Can my daughter get on it and be distracted so she don't want to do this?
Yeah, but then you're going to have to go to equestrian crap.
Yeah, you're probably right. I take that.
And that just smells. It's like fancy poo.
We got a dynamite. I can get you into a good pony kind of program for you, the CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, we got ourselves an old-fashioned boat off.
Oh, what happened?
There is a Finger Lake that has some drama brewing above the surface of the water. On one side, you have boaters that have been doing that popular thing that's become way more popular the last couple of years. The what do they call it? The tie together.
Oh, yeah, like a flotilla almost.
Thank you. There you go. And they're
it's like Redneck Yacht Club.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Drop anchor and party.
You got it. And they're getting close to one specific shore. They're hanging out and they're partying and they're doing their whole thing. And they see it's their right.
C-section Cove rules, man.
On the other side of the battle, you have folks that own cottages along that shore. And
Knock it off.
they're furious.
Sure.
So furious, in fact, that this little town on which the shore resides has proposed a new law.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's going on?
You know, we love talking about new food places that are coming to town here in the break room. And there is a new food place that will be showing up in the mall. Not a place you can get sit down at. Place you're grabbing, walking, and eating.
All right.
What's interesting about this is you can make the argument that the mall can no longer support two of these things at the same time, which is strange because there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you. Where every other shop in the mall was something like this.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It'll be two juggernauts of this food realm going up against each other head to head.
What's going on?
But this is the first time we'll have this second juggernaut in Rochester ever. And, you can make the argument one of these places is going to fail to the point where they'll have to close, which is weird, Tommy, because it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, what happened?
That every other shop, it felt like in the mall, was something like this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, Tommy, when you hear the term poaching, you think of like Africa.
Yeah, animal,
Asia,
endangered species.
Yeah, you got it. Well, turns out there is some poaching
We poaching here?
going on right in our backyard
The hell we got to poach.
in maybe the worst poaching spot possible.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll tell you all about it. Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. We are getting
What?
a Wetzel's Pretzels.
Wetzel's.
Wetzel's Pretzels. You guys are familiar with Wetzel's Pretzels?
I know
I
the
am
Annie
not.
pretzel.
Okay,
I never heard of the Wetzel.
I have not either. I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Wetzel's Pretzels has been along for a very long time, but if I'm not mistaken, they were in a West Coast company.
Okay.
They're in different malls across America. The mall out in Greece will be getting its first ever Wetzel's Pretzels.
Okay.
And Wetzel's Pretzels will be going up against Auntie Anne's Pretzels.
Staple.
Yep, which everyone knows is the world's best pretzel. So it looks like now at the mall in Greece, with both of these pretzel stores in there at the same time, we got ourselves an old-fashioned pretzel off.
Man, what's with pretzels? I couldn't make a trip for a pretzel.
Really?
Well,
No.
but that's
I
the
love
beauty
pretzels.
of the mall pretzel.
Right.
Is you never go there for the pretzel, but once you smell the
Yeah,
smells,
absolutely.
you're like, I'm all in on the pretzel.
But I'm not jumping in my car because I need a Wetzel's pretzel.
I have gone to the mall for a pretzel.
You have?
I love pretzels.
I like them too.
I think I was the only person that ever spent money at the pretzel factory on Monroe Avenue.
I was just thinking of that place, and that place went under.
I know, and I was
And that was like a
devastated.
Yeah.
fancy pretzel Pittsford. It was a Pittsford pretzel place.
I would be at the pretzel factory in Pittsford 3 times a month. No exaggeration.
You were the only one, man.
I would buy a box of, they would sell like 32 pretzels.
Yeah.
I would buy a box of them and like bring them places just so I could have as
Okay.
many pretzels as I want. I'd be like, hey guys, I brought pretzels. And they'd be like, oh wow. And it was really a cover for me to eat 7 pretzels.
Pretzels are kind of like out of sight, out of mind
Yeah.
for me.
Like I like it. Like if I go to a ball game, those big ass pretzels.
Yeah, big ass pretzels.
Love those.
Yeah, me too.
But I wouldn't go out for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Am I the only pretzel lover that will go out of my
I
way
think you
for a
are. I
pretzel?
think you may be one of the few because I don't
Yeah.
know anybody that loves pretzels that much.
Right.
Okay, well, with that logic, then, I mean, we can make the argument now at the mall
Yeah.
in Greece with Wetzel's Pretzels facing off against Auntie Anne's Pretzels in the same mall, there can be only one pretzel king. And one of these places may not be around much longer, which is strange.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't that long ago, Tommy, that snack options at the mall were infinite.
Yeah, they were all over the place too.
Every mall had 3 pretzel shops.
Right.
Everyone. You had 2 different cookie places. You had a place that'll serve you ice cream. You had Orange Julius. You had the hot dog stands. A&W was there for a while. Every other store was trying to sell you some kind of snack
Crap.
that was on top of the food court that had like 10 different restaurants in it. And then the standalone restaurants that every mall had and still has to this day. How the hell did all of those places make money?
Back then, I guess it was. You had all that foot traffic.
Yeah.
But who's
More
going there
people.
now?
Or
What?
were they all embezzling money for some kind of like
Oh,
underground? I'm just
they were
saying.
fronts?
I mean, like even with all the foot traffic that was in the mall, how are you supporting 12 standalone snack shacks, right?
The Orange Julius was the one I just didn't get.
What do you mean?
It was like the worst thing. It was horrible. That juice.
You didn't. I mean, it was good,
I
just
love
not.
it. I
Again,
hate it.
Ugh.
yeah.
I think was the last Orange Julius standalone Orange Julius in Irondequoit Mall. And
That would be
I
that
thought
would be
that
the
was-
perfect place for the last one on Earth.
Why am I picturing? Was there one in Eastview for a little while?
Yeah.
up
I'm
until
sure
the
there
end?
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was. Well, so they were selling Orange Julius at Dairy Queen for a while. I don't think they sell them there.
Oh,
anymore.
maybe that's what I'm thinking of because I knew somebody tried to bring it back at some point.
Dairy Queen. I mean, so here's the thing. As we talk about these 2 pretzel shops now facing off against each other in Greece, Kimmy, I remember mall snack food being like the most amazing food on the planet. Would you agree?
It was the beauty of it was you could walk and eat it. You know what I mean? So it was like a.
I just
it
made
was-
fun
it
of
was a good-
Tommy saying pretzels are
It
out
was
of
a
control.
good traveling snack.
Thank you. No, what I mean is the quality and the taste of mall food when I was a kid was
Yeah.
like the most gourmet, amazing food I
Well,
can think
is it
of.
that, or were you just super hungry?
Okay, so let's talk about this.
It was being hungry combined with the smell of it all and the
Okay.
excitement of getting it in that moment because you didn't get it every time you went.
See, because I thought it was more the ignorance of youth, right? Like as we grow, we try more things, right?
Yeah.
Our taste buds change.
Yeah.
a
But
little bit.
I mean, you You're the pretzel
Well,
king,
pretzels,
apparently.
yes, I am the pretzel king.
Yeah.
I'm talking about all the other stuff that used to be in the mall.
I'm trying to think of what other food.
Cinnabon. Oh, I do love me some Cinnabon.
That was never really my thing.
Like if you were to line up all of the mall snacks from our youth,
Yeah.
You're not talking food court. You're talking just straight
up
snacks.
standalone snacks, right? Like from 1980 to like 1999, everything in between.
Yeah.
If you went back and had that now as an adult, would it still be delicious, or would you be disappointed?
I don't think I could handle it anymore.
Oh, you got your little baby belly.
Are
Yes.
we counting mall cookies in that category?
Yes,
Because
yes, we
those
are.
always tasted better too for some reason.
I don't think my bowels could handle it anymore.
Okay, but
There's
would
too much
it,
salt and sugar. I'd explode.
would
Okay,
it
but we're
still-
talking about the taste.
Yeah, tastes good. No, well,
Not
I mean,
so much how it affects you.
I don't even
guess.
think that, it probably didn't even taste that good.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if that's the case, I would be devastated. That like my memory was that altered by how good the food was.
Yeah, but think about it. You were a kid
Yeah.
and you didn't have a lot going on.
What are you talking?
You know, so this was like a big treat.
No, but that was everybody. It wasn't just me.
Yeah, but-
Everybody got excited for the mall snacks.
But like after a while, I think your taste has changed.
Okay.
Just from being an adult. I mean, from drinking, smoking, munching. I think you just get
I don't
different.
think doing that makes you change your taste buds.
Oh, sure it does. Sure
Why?
it does.
Why? I had fish fry when I was a kid.
Different flavors, man. This is not as salty or oily, and it's not battered. I hope.
Oh, you never dated any West Side chicks. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about how Wetzel's Pretzels, the West Coast pretzel chain, will be moving into the mall out in Greece. We'll be going head-to-head against Auntie Anne's Pretzels, and folks are wondering if this means the end for one of those pretzel locations in the mall, which is funny because there was a time.
There was a pretzel time.
Thank you, where there were like 12 different snack options at every single mall, whether it was Orange Julius or the cookie place or the pretzel place or the hot dog place or the A&W that was a stand. You brought up the cookie places.
Yeah.
It was funny, like the goal of every cookie place in the mall, because there's still a cookie place in Eastview. It's a combination cookie pretzel place.
Oh, there you go. Both. You're right. Yeah.
The goal of those cookie places was to try and figure out how much frosting you could put on or inside a cookie at all times.
The right cookie to frosting ratio.
No, the ratio was terrible. There was always
Yeah,
too
it was
much
always
frosting.
covered in
Like, it was an
frosting.
unbelievable
Yeah.
amount of frosting.
Like they give you a slice of the cookie cake and
Yeah.
it'd just be mostly frosting.
So like now they make like sandwiches,
Yeah.
but the middle is frosting,
much.
and it's like 3 inches of frosting
Like a
in
cookie
the middle.
sandwich?
Yeah, but it's just frosting. It's
Yeah.
not ice. It's frosting.
But kids must
again,
love that stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, think of yourself as a kid.
Yeah.
There was never too much frosting.
No, but like you take a bite of that thing, you're immediately in diabetic shock.
Yeah, that's why I don't think I could handle any of that stuff.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Bob writes us, those shops are still there. They're just not cooked foods anymore. You see those candy shops that sell wild candies to all the kids from different countries? I think that's what replaced them. That's a good point from Bob.
All right.
Have you seen these things?
No,
Yeah.
you told me about it, though. It's
Yeah.
like the International Candy Store.
Yeah, it's like super trendy. I think TikTok has a lot to do with
It's
it.
like, different chip flavors you can't get here. The displays are kind of fun to look at. The
that
ones
was
that
the
they put.
oldest woman thing you ever
Well,
said. I have
'cause I-
fun looking at the displays.
Because I probably won't go in and buy anything. I just I don't like to take too many risks with my snacks.
Who
But
are
I
you?
do enjoy looking at some of the flavors that they have out there.
That's where I discovered the cinnamon bun Oreos that they sell in
Oh,
Canada.
look at you.
That I have privately shipped to my house on Amazon 3 at a time now. Oh, they're so good. All right, so if you want to try yourself a Wetzel's pretzel,
Yeah.
get your ass out to Greece. Don't know when it's going to be open. Good luck. This is not a story that you would think involves Rochester,
Yeah.
especially this part of the greater Rochester area. But it turns out that we have poachers, and a lot of them.
What are they poaching?
Well, I'm going to tell you what they poach in and where they poach in. It's that new segment we're doing.
What are they poaching?
You got it. Yeah. It's a pretty easy answer. But the risk versus reward here,
Yeah, what are you doing with it?
and what these guys were thinking. Well, it sounds like there was money to be made.
Oh, they can sell this thing.
Yeah, it's
on the
just-
poaching market.
It's just, how did you think you weren't going to get busted, especially in this place? And we'll tell you what happened and where it went down next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, you've heard the term poaching before?
Oh, yeah.
Illegally hunting on land you don't own? Mm-hmm. When you hear that term, you think like elephants in Africa or tigers in Asia.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out there are poachers right here in Rochester.
That we got.
They're doing their thing right next to where old people take their walks in the morning.
Oh, my God.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. No, they're not poaching the old people.
They're not poaching grannies.
No. You can download the Odyssey app free. Log on to WCMF.com. Excuse me. Let me try this again.
All right.
Download the free Odyssey app, then log on and listen to 96.5 WCMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for your chance at a share of $100,000 in this national contest. Again, download the app, listen to WCMF for an hour each day. You are automatically entered for your share of $100,000.
$100,000
in this national contest with your friends from CMF. Just after 7 o'clock, we got an old-fashioned boat off, buddy.
Well, it's that time of the year, right?
And it's up to us to figure out who the bigger dick is in this situation. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here on CMF. Story on 10 NBC over the weekend detailed a weird situation at Mendon Ponds Park.
Oh.
Last year, the Department of Environmental Conservation was called after a hiker in Mendon Ponds Park found a trail of blood.
Oh, my God.
The officer
Murder?
followed the trail and along the way also found a clump of hair. So not human blood, thank goodness.
Well, what kind of hair?
Deer hair.
Deer?
Buddy. It seems somebody was killing deer in Mendon Ponds Park.
Oh, so they're shooting them?
They're poaching. Yeah, shooting, killing. Yeah, no, they walked up to him and they bored him to death with a sword.
But you would hear the gun go off.
Okay. Look, I don't know. I'm giving you all the information I have. That person, according to the DEC, had killed that deer in the park, loaded them into a truck. At least that's what the evidence showed, what they found. The very next day, the DEC, they got a tipperoo, Tommy.
Oh, old tipperoo.
And that tip took them down to the railroad tracks in East Rochester. There, police had found 3 deer carcasses.
They just laying around?
You got it. One was beheaded, and the other 2 were missing their antlers.
Like, I would think like there's a psychopath somewhere,
or
right?
some
like,
cult.
That is like a creepy scene
serial
to stumble
killer,
upon.
Like he's practicing.
Yes.
Okay, on a deer.
So you got like rotting deer carcasses in the city of East Rochester.
Next to the railroad tracks in East Rochester.
That's right in town.
And East Rochester is not a city.
Well, you know what I mean. But you could smell it. It was gross.
So they did a DNA test because apparently you can do that on deer. It's part of that new CBS show, CSI Hooves. They discovered that the DNA from one of the deer carcasses matched the fur they found in the park.
Uh-oh.
But the most crucial piece of evidence.
Man, what did this cost too, by the way?
What is this costing the town of East Rochester?
Can't be cheap, man.
The most crucial piece of evidence, Tom.
Where do we get these bastards?
At the railroad track, someone had left behind a knife with a name written on it and a business card.
No.
Hand to
Not
God.
kidding.
Time out from the story for a second.
The knife had what on it?
So they wrote their name on a knife, they left it behind, and then next to that was a business card.
What business?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
But it was enough to track the people down.
So here's the thing. If you're doing something illegal, which the DEC says these people were here, it is almost comically stupid to leave not only a knife with your name written on it, but the actual business card you own at the scene of the crime. Who even uses business cards anymore?
Yeah, no kidding.
It's literally all of the information someone could want if they wanted to arrest you for a crime. It would have been harder to find this person had they shaved their social security number into the deer. Anywho, after a warrant and a suspect phone search, 5 people were arrested and charged with killing 7 deer in Mendon Ponds Park. And the DEC says they were shooting them from their car, which is super illegal.
Yeah.
The DEC made it clear. These people were not looking to eat any deer. They were killing these deer just for the trophies of it. So that would make sense why one of the heads was missing and the antlers were missing on the other ones. Did you guys know there were poachers in Rochester?
No.
Nope. No, I didn't think you needed to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
like
could
I would
just
just
go
think like you
hunt.
could just go hunting.
Right.
Well,
I mean, there's deer all over the place this time of year. Why can't you just go
it's not
do
deer
that?
season. You can't
It's
go kill
not,
deer right
but
now.
still, like you would think, like you
Don't
get
make
your
your
fix
face.
during
I don't know.
hunting season, like.
Wait,
and I
you
would
can't
just,
shoot deer right now?
No.
I would just think the risk of it all in that place of, I mean, it's a pretty common place for like hikers and stuff like that, right?
I mean, that
I mean,
place-
just the even if you didn't hit anybody, I would think like somebody eventually would stumble upon what you're doing and call you in.
But that would be the biggest fear, though, right? Like we just told you a story a couple weeks ago about those people practicing crossbow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In their backyard in Greece that went through their backyard and into a park and impaled a dog.
Yeah.
Dog's alive, thank God.
Right.
But like, you would have to worry if you miss that deer from your car that you're blasting Ethel by accident.
Right, and then you've got a murder charge.
Yes. And then, like, to your point, Kimmy, there's always people crawling all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, even if they don't witness you shooting, exactly what happened, right?
Were they
like,
going in it? Because the park's closed at night.
Do they have a gate?
I don't know. By the way, there's a sheriff's department there.
Well, the horses.
Yeah, but there's sheriffs in and out of there all day and night.
You want for me? Okay, let me ask a question. 252 WCMF. There are people that know Mendon Ponds Park better than I was just there like 2 weeks ago. No big deal.
Yeah.
There are homes in the park.
Well, kind of on the edge.
No. There are homes in the park
There
that
are?
they use as like ranger stations.
Oh, like that, like a shack.
No, it's
Like a house?
a house.
Like people, but well, you're saying a house, but people don't live there?
That's what I'm trying to ask.
How-
Is that
yeah.
used
Is it
strictly?
occupied?
Yes, as like a, hey, come here during the day? Or are there park rangers that live full time in Mendon Ponds Park? You idiot.
Well, you made it sound like you have like a residence there.
That's
with
what I'm asking.
I-
It is a residence. I mean, it's a house. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if somebody resides in that 24/7, or that's like an office that someone shows up in, or like a home base they use. Hey, we need you here to meet it, because it looks like you could live in the house. It looks like it's a full ass house.
Full ass house.
Full ass,
You
uncut.
should love that show. Full ass house.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about these poachers that were arrested after police say they shot 7 deer from their car in Mendon Ponds Park. It was a massive investigation. A witness to blood trail led to the DEC finding some fur, which led to a DNA test on other deer carcasses that were found at the railroad tracks in East Rochester that led to them finding a knife with a name written on it, along with a business card that led to the arrest of those 7 people after they searched their phone. And again, they were shooting from their car, which is super illegal. They were shooting and killing them in Mendon Ponds Park, which is super illegal. It has to be illegal to kill the deer in the park, period, right?
I would think so, just based on for safety purposes.
Yeah. But you also had to like drive them out of there.
Right.
Well, that's the easiest part.
I know, but still, like nobody saw this.
I mean, it is a pretty big park.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always got people in it.
I mean, unless they were doing it overnight. I'm trying to think.
But then I don't know.
Or like super early in the morning or something.
Really?
But again,
Oh,
I don't know.
I thought about late. I didn't think about early.
There's always the early birds out there. I don't know.
And there are also roads that like go off. Like, there's the main roads. There are also roads that like, they're like through the woods, man. I mean, they could have done it there.
All right.
Blast. Those poor deer never saw it coming, man.
Right?
They never do.
Well, I'm just
They're
like,
like, this place is great.
no, like even the
Can't hunt me here.
Do you think the deer know where they can and can't be hunted? Serious question.
Well, they seem pretty comfortable, like in neighborhoods now. Like they're just like they don't get scared off. Like if I see them in the yard, they just kind of keep standing there and doing what they're doing.
No, to your point, like, so my daughter had a like hockey team run in Mendon Ponds Park 2 weeks ago, and we were driving in. It was like 9:00 in the morning, and there's a deer standing off to the side of the road, and I was worried it was gonna like cross the road, so I stopped to like let it cross, and it just stared at me.
Yeah,
It was
they're
just
pretty
looking at me.
comfortable.
Yeah, like what are you gonna do about it?
They're almost domesticated.
Okay, so then that way it's now super unfair. Like,
Yeah.
oh, hey, what's that big look? Why wouldn't you do anything more with the deer? You could have processed it,
that's what I was wondering. Like,
right?
is it that valuable, I guess, just to get the antlers? Or I don't know. I'm unaware.
Here's what I'm
of that
amazed
lifestyle.
at. I could see some idiot doing this,
Okay.
but you found 4 other idiots to go along with
No.
you to
Yeah.
do it.
Well,
6 of 7 people
yeah.
were
There's
arrested.
7 people. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Because at some point, one of them has to go, man, this is just too much work for a hoof.
Unless, I mean, these antlers and the trophy head are
How
worth.
much could they be?
I don't know. I mean, look, I know that
Every hunter's got one on their wall.
it costs thousands of dollars to like taxidermy a head. I know
Right.
that. So, I mean, if there's people willing to spend that money, being able to, but then again, like it's not like you killed the deer and you're showing off your own.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. That is a strange.
I guess maybe they didn't take the body to process it because that would have been a red flag.
But every hunter knows like another guy
Yeah.
who like, knows how to process.
But maybe
deer
they're
meat
not normal hunters,
in their
obviously.
garage. Okay. Well, no, because they took the head off as a try. Okay,
I
that's
don't
also
know.
a good point. You're
Yeah.
right. Maybe they lopped the head off.
Because Because, like, I'm thinking what they did is going to piss off most hunters,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like, I mean, it's going to piss off that community to the point where I don't know how many connections they have to get that stuff done.
Well, here's the thing. It's kind of hard to tell, though, because I would have thought the same thing, Kim.
Yeah.
You're right. Like, my knee-jerk reaction is that. But then again, like, I mean, when no one's around,
Yeah.
if you got your gun in the car, is like, are the majority of hunters, like, taking a shot out the window at a deer? Big
Most
ass
of those guys are pretty buttoned up.
10-point buck staring right at you. Then it said something about your mother. You just let it sit there. You gotta let it live.
Yeah. I guess maybe it would be a challenge.
I don't know. Well, it wouldn't be a challenge. It would be a challenge not to shoot it.
Yes, I
Just
mean,
shooting
yeah.
it part.
Yeah.
Not a challenge at all. You know, as we talk about like getting caught for the crimes you would do inside Mendon Ponds Park, I guessed there are other crimes that have been committed in Mendon Ponds Park.
Yeah, way worse.
Right?
Yeah.
So the one that sticks out in my head immediately, the Rideout brothers.
Oh, I was thinking one before that.
So put a pin in that.
Yeah.
But like the Rideout brothers, they were convicted of crimes involving the death of their father. They reportedly tried to dispose of the murder weapon and evidence inside the Devil's Bathtub in the park, and they were caught just randomly by a sheriff's deputy that was there at the time. I mean, which one were you thinking?
That professor that killed his wife.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think they just dumped her body there or something like that. Yeah. Fun park.
Happy Monday.
Yeah, hey, let's go to the park and
Is there-
unwind, man.
I don't even want to ask a question. I was going to say,
Nope,
is there another park that has that kind of history?
Why would you ask that question?
But then I thought about it.
Man, Central
then you-
Park.
I don't know. Well, no, I meant like here in town.
I was going to ask the question that I just asked, but then I thought better of it, so I didn't ask the question I just asked. No, but I mean, like the ones that we're bringing up here, the folks were caught.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe committing a crime in Mendon Ponds Park is like a terrible idea based on the history of crimes that have been solved inside Mendon Ponds
Yeah.
Park. Is that a
Yeah.
fair statement? We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dave. Dave says, these guys are scumbags and they should have everything, their licenses, their guns taken away from them. This takes away from actual hunting from people that do it the right way.
Think these were young guys or old guys?
Ooh, it's a good question.
I
don't
hope
know.
they're young and dumb. I can't.
And full
Old
of
guys.
deer.
Yes. Old guys doing this. Jesus Christ, man.
The fact that there was 7 leads me to believe they're young.
Yeah.
Because to your point,
Well, no.
7 old guys, one of them was going to be like, hey, wait a minute, Augie, we shouldn't be doing this.
I throw my back out.
For those of you who are wondering, because there are people asking too, what the punishment for this was,
Yeah.
a $7,000 fine.
Wait, they don't get jail?
No.
Oh.
It does seem like based on the risk they put other people in.
Well, and the rules that they broke, right?
Yes.
I mean, I was very surprised to see it was only a $7,000.
Wait, so if I went into Mendon Ponds Park
Yes.
and pulled out a gun and just shot it randomly into a tree, just for target practice,
Sure.
I'm figuring I'm doing some jail time.
No, I
Right?
don't think you're doing jail time for that.
I discharged a weapon in a park.
I understand, but I don't think you're doing jail time for it. I mean, look, this was
All
a
right.
DEC investigation.
Okay.
So maybe this is just part of the DEC again. I will read you the quote. If you're shooting at a deer, this is from one of the DEC members. If you're shooting at a deer that you see in the field and you don't know there's a hiker in the woods behind him. I'm sorry. The 5 people charged all pleaded guilty in late June and paid a combined $7,100 in fines.
Oh, so
Wait.
it wasn't even 7,000 per person?
Yeah.
That seems pretty
That
late,
does.
considering what could have gone wrong.
So everything was $1,200 for everybody.
Yeah. That seems
14
pretty late.
Well, that's what happened.
All right.
So, I mean, today, then, you should write your congressman to increase penalties for deer poaching inside parks in New York. Okay. Let's go from one outdoorsy thing to another outdoorsy thing, because it seems that any time folks get outdoors to enjoy nature, there may be some kind of issue. The Finger Lakes have become world-renowned.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And it's led to folks locally trying to spend every minute they can on the water. But there's always the battle.
Yeah.
Folks that live there versus folks hanging out there. And now some folks in boats may not have the ability to go to their favorite spot based on what folks on the shore say they're doing. Someone here's being a dick. Who is it, though?
Okay.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. With most conflicts, Tommy,
Yeah.
people like to side with underdogs.
Sure.
Folks with little money, little power. Well, who do you side with when there are no underdogs in a story?
That's true.
There's an argument out on Cayuga Lake that has two types of people with enough money for these activities facing off in a boating battle royale. And somebody here is being the dick. The question is, who is it?
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. I know you didn't see the story over the weekend because you would have come in screaming about it had you.
Oh.
Every year, Wegmans is the number one grocery store in America.
Oh, yeah. Hands down. Probably globally, it's number one.
You
Well,
didn't see.
what jackass grocery chain?
We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room. He even did give me the, I'm laughing because I'm not really mad laughing yet.
I'm cool, guys.
I'm cool guy.
I'm okay.
That's fine. A new law
Yeah.
could be making its way to Cayuga Lake to settle a standoff between two types of people on the water.
What's going on?
On one side, you have the boat partiers.
Yeah.
The tie-together crew.
The flotillas.
You got
are
it.
Fun.
Playing their music, carrying on, having some drinks, jumping in the water to
Oh,
swim.
yeah.
And this activity, Kimmy, with the younger set, has become very popular the last couple of years, especially in the greater Rochester area. You're not Kimmy. And you see it on every body of water that we have within driving distance. They are out, Tommy, and they are having a good time. On the other side, you have the residents of Crescent Beach on Cayuga Lake. It is
Are you talking about Cayuga or Cuca?
I think it's Cayuga, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I think
I
so.
just didn't know. Couldn't tell which one you were
Cuca
saying.
is the one that looks like a fork.
Yeah.
Right?
I,
It kind of goes off in two different directions.
Okay,
That's
don't-
Cuca.
That was like the most obnoxious thing. I can't tell if you're saying Cayuga.
Well,
Cayuga.
I'm just clarifying because you kind of sound like you're saying Cayuga,
Cuca.
but quickly.
Cuca.
Cuca.
So this is the
Cuca.
one that Penn Yen is on.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think so.
All right.
Yes, you're right.
So on the other side,
right.
you have the residents of Crescent Beach on Cayuga Lake.
Cuca.
So this has
You're
got to be
combining the two. That's
No,
why
I'm saying Cayuga Lake.
You're saying Cayuga.
Oh my God.
Cayuga.
You're making it one lake.
Cuca Lake.
These people on Crescent Beach.
Yeah.
It's a shallow area that has some cottages along the shore.
All right.
And these folks are sick and tired of these groups of boaters ruining their peace. So, Story on 13 Wham talked to one anonymous cottage owner. He says he's lived on the lake.
You want to stay anonymous?
I don't blame him, man. Like I don't need some
Can you disguise my voice and face, please?
But
Like, by the way, you live on that small stretch of beach. It's not that hard to figure out who's Ted.
So he says he's lived on the lake for 50 years.
Oh, he's one of these guys.
But the
Born
issue-
and raised, father built that shit.
But the issues between the boaters and the homeowners, they've never been higher, he says. And I'll read you a quote from this man. Are you ready?
Right.
Quote, we started having groups of boats, sometimes small, sometimes as many as 30 or more. That would be
That was a lot.
That's a marina.
Yeah.
that would be not far offshore. He goes on. Often, it's very loud, very vulgar, loud music playing. So we can't sit and talk on our docks
he didn't
in our
go
yards
the music route.
because of the volume of the music. So,
Vulgar language.
I thought he was going to complain about the waves being made.
Nope.
It's ruining their shoreline.
Nope,
but
nope,
you
nope.
went with the music's too loud.
well, and 30 people hanging out. So, with one side now facing off against the other, what's to be done?
Okay.
A new law has been proposed by the town that covers everything going on here. The Vessel and Anchoring Rafting Law.
All right. So how close
Vessel
you can
anchoring
be?
and rafting, yes.
How close you can be to the shore?
Long story short, you can't party your ass up within 50 feet of any shore in your boat.
But 50 feet off.
That's not that far, actually.
You can
Yeah.
almost talk to somebody 50 feet.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really do much.
All right, Kimmy, can we Google and make sure it's 50 and not 500?
Yeah.
I wrote it down wrong.
500.
500 puts you on the other shore.
Okay, so then it's 50 on Cayuga Lake.
What a dumb law.
Okay, it's not a law yet.
Well, I mean, well, either way, it sucks.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to make anybody happy with it.
And you're not
going
going to stop anything. Hey, stop having fun on this thing we have for fun.
Okay, so the boaters are now pissed the hell off. By the way, there are exceptions in this proposed law for fishing and for emergencies. So the boaters are now pissed off. Two folks who identify themselves as weekend boaters on Cayuga Lake said this wasn't fair. One, the people in the cottages don't own the lake. They own the cottages on the property.
It
Two,
was 500 feet.
it is 500 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. Two, the cottage owners, they say, are exaggerating how bad it is for them when the boaters show up. And three, these boaters also say this is something families do so so the kids can get out in the shallow water and swim. And if the kids aren't allowed to be swimming in the water, the kids can't get, or in the shallow water, they can't get out at all. You're ruining everybody's fun. So now that it's 500 feet,
All right.
that wouldn't be on the other shore, you idiot.
It's not that wide of a lake.
It's like 120 yards out into the water. It's a little more than a football field. God, you're an idiot.
Get off of my lake.
So,
yeah.
we've got weekend boaters versus cottage owners. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Who do you side with here?
Well, to your point, it's not. Both sides have money because you own boat, you got bank. But you own one of these cottages, you also have bank. But I'm guessing it's old versus young, so that's where it boils down to.
You think so?
Yeah.
There could be old guys, old boaters that are just jerks. You know what I mean?
No, but not like flotilla
I've
jerk.
lived here my whole life.
you
I
don't
could
think-
do what I want on this lake.
I never see like a whole group of like guys my age tying off and
Really?
partying.
I think,
So, that's
those
the
are the
thing.
guys with boats.
That's the thing.
No, it's young guys.
Bro, young guys can't afford boats. We can't afford
No, I'm
housing.
saying young like a guy your age.
38, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be mixed in there too.
I'm telling you, man, I think there are way more 50, 60. Bro, Party Boat Mark, how old do you think that guy is? Hey, what up, boys? Is that your cottage over there? He's sweating. He's so close to the shore, the sweat is hitting the people on their docks from the cottage.
If I own a cottage, I'd be pissed
Okay.
because I just want quiet.
But if you own the boat,
I gotta side with the landowners.
so you think the bigger dicks here are the boaters?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Because I can see them getting drunk enough. My old man was that guy. Loud, drinking.
Oh, yeah, young, 30-year-old, your dad. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah.
I think this is old cottage owner getting upset that the lake's getting busier.
Okay.
Because I
Oh,
have
yeah.
a feeling for a long time Cuco was like a quieter Finger Lake, and you know, as more and more people get down there, start buying properties around there, it just becomes busier with business and things like that. I think like this guy's just getting pissed that it's
Oh, yeah.
changing.
No,
and
it ain't
it's
just him, by the way. But go
No,
on,
no,
I'm
I
sorry.
know. I'm sure other people that have been on that lake for a long time. I'm sure it's not an easy adjustment, but I think it's just something that you just kind of is just going to happen, and you can't prevent it from happening.
Okay, so that being said, the cottage owners you think are the bigger dicks here.
I think I'm going to go with them because you don't own the lake. You own that piece of property, but you don't own the lake.
So, to Tommy's point,
Yeah.
there is not a great side to take here because both of these activities can be seen as douchey.
Yeah.
Right? Family that owns a cottage on the water most likely is a family with money. Like, you don't work 2 jobs to keep the lights on in your cottage unless that's your full-time residence. And in favoring this law, you're siding with the second home crew, and that can feel dirty. But at the same time, if you're anti this proposed law, you're all in on the weekend party booter, big-ass rafts and a Yeti cooler, and I got like 10 feet worth of subs, bro. And they got a big-ass truck, get that boat down to the water, and they got like 5 friends with them, and they're going to get after it. And that's not exactly an underdog story either, because you've got the money for the boat, you got the money for the party, you got the time to take it all out. And I get that owning a boat most of the time doesn't take the same finances as buying a cabin.
But it still takes bank, man. I mean, that's money that you just have laying around for fun.
Yes, you don't
Yeah.
see a lot of folks going to food pantries to stock up for their boat parties.
No.
You get what I'm saying? So, like, I don't want to side with anybody here. But I think I'm with Tommy. I'm with the cottage owners. Because, like, the guy that says he's lived on the water for 50 years, if that's his primary residence, 50 years ago, that property did not cost what it costs now.
Bro, yeah.
Right? There are people that don't have 2 dimes to rub together that have lakefront property that they live there 365 days a year.
Yeah, I mean, most of those 50 years ago down there was fishing shacks.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't like
Right.
fancy. Now
Right.
they have like fancy homes down there. There's
Money's in the area, so it kind of comes with the territory.
But you do see, it is funny, man. Like when if you drive along the shores of some of these Finger Lakes and lakes, around the greater Rochester area, you will see multi-million-dollar home, house that looks like it costs $40,000,
Right.
but actually costs $300,000.
Oh,
You
sure.
get it? Like
Yeah.
there are some people that they don't sell, they want to be there, they keep the home that they have.
just for the family.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or that's where they live.
Yeah.
They can't afford to do anything more. They like living on the water.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's all they know. Lake life.
I mean, look at this young punk ass boat loving Kimmy over here. No, he's
Well,
the
I
cat
was just- I
being a
just
dick.
feel
Shut
like-
up. Panama.
I think that this person, they just don't like that there's more people on the water. And I think it's going to get to a point where they're not really going to be satisfied with any law that's put into place because you're still going to hear that music. You're still going to see those people out on the water. People are still going to piss you off. I don't think you're going to be happy.
Here's the problem, though. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this issue happening on Keuka Lake. Did I say it right?
Keuka
Lake. Well, that's what I said.
No, you had like an extra syllable in there.
Keuka Lake. I've always been told it's Keuka Lake.
Keuka.
That's what I said.
Am I hearing things?
Keuka Lake. What am I saying differently?
You cleaned it up on that one.
So you say it.
Keuka
Lake.
Okay.
Crescent Beach on Keuka Lake.
Yeah.
Folks that own cabins say that the tie-off boat and crew are coming too close to the area where there are beaches.
Jackass flotilla.
They say that it's too loud. The music is vulgar. They can't even go out on their docks and speak to each other and hear each other.
Girls have their asses hanging out. It's disgusting. I've seen it all.
They now have a new law proposed in the community that covers that beach that would keep boaters 500 feet from the shore. Folks that are boaters are saying, wait a minute, you own the property. You don't own the lake. You're taking away our ability to go out with our kids and be safe, and they are exaggerating how bad it is for them. Kimmy, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I can appreciate you defending your friends who are out being jackass. Like, even the people we know that own boats or have access to boats are the most loud, obnoxious people that you wouldn't want near you, and you're siding with them.
You're right, but I also just don't think that you can say, like, this is my lake, get off of it.
But they're not saying get off of it.
Just don't be vulgar on the lake.
Yeah, well,
Stop. They don't care if you're on the lake as long as you're playing by their rules, and you just don't. You can't make those rules.
All right, here's what I want to do. So Breezy works on PXY.
Yeah.
Who we love dearly.
Yeah.
She subscribes to one of them boat rental
Yes,
things.
she does.
Right? Okay. Here's what I want you to imagine. I want you to imagine Breezy subscribes to an RV rental thing.
RV, okay.
Okay, so she gets her own like moving party RV.
All right.
And one day she decides that she's going to park that thing in front of your house. And she and her friends are just going to party. Would you not have a single complaint with the noise and activity that was happening outside of your house?
It would be annoying, and I'd complain. But if it's not on my property, what can I do about it?
I love this. Yeah, I'd be cool, man.
I'm asking you a question.
What can I do? Because there are laws that
Go ahead.
There are laws that keep you from doing stuff like that in like a residential neighborhood, and I know that it's different.
Like a noisy neighbor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is, if that was your home, if it was happening in front of your home, you would flip the F out. Now imagine Breezy, and Breezy on her back. Oh my God, let's play that most disgusting song. Acid breast. You'd be so pissed.
But you live on a lake where people do that all the time.
Okay.
I mean, you live on a lake. You can't just say this lake's meant to be quiet.
But the lakes are getting richer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's more money coming down.
Than they used to, for sure. Yeah.
So I know the other thing is, like, you got a lot of people that have moved up from, like, New York City that have bought places up there. They have seaplanes. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't think
there's a lot of wealth on those lakes now.
I don't think the people that own cottages also have seaplanes. Like,
no, but
they have seaplanes that they dock at their house that they take off.
No, I understand. But I get the point you're trying to make.
I mean, it's
here.
money.
Yes. I get the point you're trying to make. What I'm getting at is, like, I think we're confusing these people that have cottages on Crescent Beach and Keuka with folks that are buying, actual homes that they're spending a week in Canandaigua.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But
I'm with you. If Danny Wegman was bitching about folks being too close to his property, I'd be with Kimmy 100%. But I have sympathy for these people.
Yeah,
right? Well, I mean, do you know what the definition of a cottage is? I don't. I mean,
it's weird because, like, I've been to cottages this is a cottage, and then this other person said they had a cottage. It's a gorgeous ass house.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like you could be in there. I always think a cottage, you can't be there in the wintertime because it has no plumbing for it. You know what I mean? It's like a shack.
That's kind of what I thought it was.
Right, but this guy could have an actual house. I don't know.
I didn't see pictures of the house.
Yeah.
252-WCMF. Folks have been waiting patiently. Again, who's the dick? The boaters is trying to have a good time with vulgar music too close to the property, or the folks that live on Crescent Beach and Keuka Lake, Keuka, that say these folks are so loud and vulgar that they're ruining their grand old time. Right? Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
What's up, fellas?
Yo.
So I'm torn too, man. So I have a house on not Cayuga but Cayuga, and there's a couple spots there that get so freaking crazy with these folks where I don't even know how some of these people get in and out of their own docks. There's so many boats there. So I kind of feel where these folks are coming from with these cottages. It gets crazy. There's got to be something to alleviate some of that congestion in those areas.
So
That's all.
do you think the 500 feet is good enough?
I think that's overshoot. I mean, I think I'm looking. I'm figuring out where my place. 100, maybe 200 feet would be more reasonable. You still get to use because at 500 feet, that shallow end isn't going to be there anymore, and they're not going to be able to use it anyway.
Maybe they're trying to wipe the boaters out one by one.
I don't know. But here's the other thing that we run into. So I'm that guy. You made that comment. I don't think people are working two jobs to afford it. I'm that guy working two jobs to afford my place on the lake. But the bigger problem I have now are people around me, they don't want you renting your house to try to make income and offset those taxes. And we got people that continuously are going to the town, no more renters, no more of this. So that's our fight over where we are.
Okay, all right, so now you got a whole other... What's the point of doing any of this when it all just ends up being a pain in the ass?
I know.
Seems like you're not happy if you're a boater, not happy if you're a cottage owner.
You're not happy with other cottage owners, other boaters, and not happy with other boaters?
You're busting your ass to own a second house that you can't enjoy.
Here's the thing. The people, it's like anything else, moderation. There are a handful of people that ruin this for everybody, and there are some people that go out there.
Hold on. You want to teach me about moderation? You own two houses.
Ooh, checkmate, Johnny.
Wow. That's not fair.
It's not fair. You got two houses. You want to tell me to cut back? I have zero house. I am moderation.
The place I bought should have been knocked down, and I got a lot of sweat equity.
I'm telling you, it's not even
worth
worth
it.
it.
Perspective. But here's the thing: there are folks that tie up, and you won't know they're there. They're just quiet doing their thing, and then there's those. I mean, we got a pontoon boat on our lake. They have a slide and a stripper pole on the thing.
Oh wait, so that's the party boat, Marcus.
Miles away.
All right, so Johnny, let me ask you this, buddy, because I'm running late. If I asked you in this situation, who's the dick? The Crescent Beach cottage owners or the tie-off boaters? Which ones? Who's the dick here?
I got to go with the boaters if they're not being respectful of the folks on the property.
There you go. Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. Good luck with your two homes of moderation.
Poor douche.
There goes John.
Yeah, if you own a dock, shut up. Don't tell me, I'm a working man. I got two jobs to support my lake house.
It is funny, though, how a common enemy will unite. I'm sure, like, all those... I bet you there was a point where all those cottage owners or whatever you want to call them, homeowners, like, were pissed at each other for the way that, like, they treated the lake and properties. But now that they have a common enemy, they're all united.
Sure. You're right, Kimmy. You're absolutely right.
Stop renting out your place. It's loud and obnoxious.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on this and see how it goes. Because if this law actually passes, I think it's going to be a bigger story. And then you're going to have like Berkeley Breed like interviewing like shirtless dudes with beer. Like, I'm out here. He's harshing my buzz. I saw him yesterday. Let's take a break. Tommy Muley.
Yeah.
Look, I want to prepare you now.
All right.
The news is not good for you.
What happened?
Well, and here's the thing. It doesn't even involve you in any way. This should not affect your life or anyone else's life in any way.
You can still go about your business.
You got it. But you're going to flip, and other people listening are going to flip. Yeah. Because every single year, Wegmans is named the best grocery store in America.
Yeah.
Until now.
Oh, can't wait to see.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. For the last few decades, Wegmans has enjoyed a level of domination that few other grocery stores know.
Yeah.
Not just the money they make, but how people feel about them. It's like almost cult-like status.
Yeah.
But they do say, Tommy, heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Oh, you should write that down. That's a good one.
And today, that crown belongs to someone else.
Oh, who they crowning?
This is part of this new segment we do called Who They Crowning. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Normally, you can catch us live on our live stream. I understand we've been getting calls. There's some issues with the live stream. Our engineers are on it. You should be able to watch the whole thing after the show if you wanted to on our YouTube page at the break room, WCMF, the Odyssey app, all that stuff. And all of that is brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Have you tried Kind Hopped Water yet?
What is that?
It is when you want the taste of Kind IPA, but you don't want the alcohol or calories, reached for a hopped water. Crisp, sparkling, clean, and crushable. Oh. So when I was out there like 2 weeks ago, they were like, have you tried this yet? And I was like, I don't want alcohol. I thought it was a seltzer. And I was like, I'm not a bitch. I don't want any
just water.
Alcoholic water.
So is this regular water?
Yes, it's water, but
it's got the hoppy taste.
It's got a hoppy taste.
Oh, okay.
And this stuff
but no booze.
I felt bad. I made fun of all of the. I mean, because those guys who work over there, I love them to death. But they're like, I mean, you've met them, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I made fun of each and every one of them to their faces when they tried to offer me this, and then I tried it, and it's unbelievably good. It is unbelievably good. And if you're someone who likes mixing in waters while you're drinking to avoid like the hangover,
the hydration,
it doesn't mess up your palate when you're drinking beer.
Okay.
Because jumping back and forth between water and beer, this stuff, I'm telling you, man, this stuff is awesome. So
all right.
Go give it a shot at Three Heads Brewing, the Kind Hopped Water. Ask for it by name. Tell them Pat Duffy said you. It seems that every year, Wegmans takes the top spot on the list of best grocery stores in America. Yeah. And every once in a while they share that spot, but they have been number one consistently. This morning, that has changed.
Uh-oh.
What do you got?
The 2024 list dropped, and Wegmans placed second in Newsweek's most popular supermarket poll.
That's BS.
Do you know who came in first?
I'm going to say it's Publix.
Wrong!
Oh, is it, I don't know.
The new number one grocery store in America is a dark horse called Great Wall. Are you guys familiar?
No.
Great Wall.
Great Wall?
So Great Wall opened up their first location in 2004 in New York City. They now have 22 locations in 8 states, and according to their website, they offer Asian products in a Western supermarket retail operation.
So it's a Asian-style grocery store?
No, it is an Asian grocery store, Western style. Oh. So, like, you walk in, it's not like a traditional small Asian-style grocery store. I guess it would be like a Wegmans, but they sell Asian food.
They have maybe more of a variety of stuff.
Well, Asian variety.
Yeah.
So Asian food is super popular these days. Like, my girls love sushi, they love ramen, they love those American candies, or those candies, American candies that sell crazy flavors in Asian countries like we talked about earlier. Who eats green tea Kit Kats?
Ugh, that sounds disgusting.
And then those strange-ass fruits all those Asian countries have, they all look like Pokemon.
All right. How is this better than Wegmans?
And I would think like that stuff would be more expensive to get it here.
And if you're not into it,
Wegmans?
I don't know though, but it's unique. I mean, like you said, it's unique stuff that you wouldn't be able to find anywhere else.
Ain't got no goddamn olive bar.
Dude, they have Asian olives.
Ain't got no there ain't any olives in Asia.
Wait a minute, you're telling me
there ain't no olives in Asia?
There ain't no olives in Asia.
Think about it. You ever seen an olive on your plate when you get Asian food? No.
Well, no, I get lo mein with olives, so yeah.
No, they ain't no olive.
Look, Asian or not, the fact is...
It sounds like a weird restaurant to be, grocery store to be number one because it's kind of a niche thing.
There's 22 stores. I mean, are there people that have been there before? 252-WCMF, Asian or not, Wegmans is now looking up at another grocery store. And I understand that this is hard to grasp for the average Rochesterian. I know that this is hard for you.
Well, think of that Wegmans that they opened up in Manhattan.
Yes.
That 2-story palace.
Sure, yeah.
With like an oyster champagne bar. You're going to tell me that your little wall store is better than this megaplex of food?
First of all, it's called Great Wall. Second, according to Newsweek, yes.
That's BS. You know what they did?
What did they do?
They threw these guys a bone.
What are you talking about? Newsweek gathers data from other things. It's not like Newsweek walks in, tries it, and it's like, this is number one now. Like, they take data from, shoppers and all this stuff all over the country, and this is how they come up with the list. You're not handling this well. Calm down.
No, it's these hipster noodle freaks.
Hipster noodle freaks.
Yeah.
No, that was. That,
Oh, man, you got to have ramen done the right way. It's got to be done with, like, fish oil.
Look, I understand the argument that Asian food is popular, which may have pushed this over the top, right?
By the way, Asian food has always been popular.
No, it's actually. I mean, I'm telling you, man. It's like there's a cultural change right now. Like,
yeah, Asian noodle hipster.
Okay. The way that I see this, there are 3 potential reasons why Wegmans is not number 1 right now, past what you just brought up.
Right.
Can I please present you those theories?
I'm going to listen, man.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. 1, this Great Wall place is just a really good store, which is no slap in the face to Wegmans. Sometimes you just get beaten no matter how good you are, right? Nobody's won 3 straight Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Okay. 2, the folks who are getting Wegmans in new states are not appreciating it like we do, so that has dragged down the ratings in the Newsweek poll here.
Maybe it was overhyped in those places.
Yeah, possibly. It would also suggest that maybe we've been overhyping Wegmans as Rochesterians here because of what it means to the greater Rochester area.
Never.
Well, no, I mean, think about it. Like, we have a lot of local pride in Wegmans.
Yeah,
And in
sure.
our eyes, Wegmans...
That's all we know.
Yes, Wegmans can do no wrong. But, like, when Wegmans shows up in Virginia,
But there people line up to get into the place.
I
But
understand.
but I mean, think of like places that we've done that with here that came to town for the first time. Like you just hear all the great, fantastic things about it. So maybe it's living up to, it's not living up to the impossible standards you've set in your head.
There's not the indoctrination from childhood that Wegmans is the greatest thing that ever lived in Virginia, in Pennsylvania, in Maryland, right? Like, I'll give you an example. Chick-fil-A still has people lining up out the driveway to get food. If Chick-fil-A went away tomorrow, there wouldn't be like a mass freak out in Rochester, but if Wegmans did, oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
And the third theory,
What?
with expansion and bigger and shinier stores that Wegmans has, something has gone missing that it had when it was through and through Rochester, right? I mean, there was a feeling when Wegmans was a Rochester company that it was ours,
Yes.
right? We owned it together. Everybody at some point in their lives either worked at Wegmans or had someone close to them that worked at Wegmans, right?
Civic pride.
And we've even talked about, as they're opening other stores in other communities that may be better than the ones that we have here, how we kind of felt a little bit betrayed.
Yeah.
When you go outside of that bubble that grew you.
But I didn't grow up in that bubble.
Okay.
And I was blown away when I saw this place.
Fair point.
And I worked in a grocery business for 15 years, and I was going, I've never seen anything like this. I sound like Cosby now. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
So,
But I was like, I was mesmerized.
So then maybe let me throw out one more idea. Could it be something as simple
Right.
as Wegmans not being nationally unique anymore?
Like other places have adopted that same model kind of thing, or
partly
have
that.
same services, similar vibes.
Partly that. It could also be when you don't have access to something, you start obsessing over it, right? We heard stories back in the day of people driving from states away every couple of months to get Wegmans stuff, people who visited family in Rochester who would bring entire coolers to fill up with Wegmans products. But then when all of a sudden Wegmans is actually in your backyard, it just becomes part of your everyday life.
Yeah.
You take it for granted. Call it the Sonic effect, Kimmy. Like everyone was excited when Sonic got here, right? And wow, we're going to get all this stuff and it's a drive-in thing. I've been to Sonic twice in the 8 years it's been here.
Not
right?
top of mind.
I like Sonic, and I thought I would be going to Sonic every weekend. I have not been. Doesn't mean that Sonic's not great, in my opinion. I mean, maybe it's the same effect.
Well, that
on
and you also
Wegmans.
got other grocery chains that are coming in.
Yeah.
Whole Foods, Trader
Yeah.
Joe's, and
Yeah. I mean,
they're higher end grocery stores.
It could also be people are going to multiple grocery. They're not. There was a time
there was a time.
when you picked your grocery store and you stuck with it for whatever reasons. And I think that people are maybe a little bit more open to jumping around every now and then to different places, whether it's to save money or convenience or whatever reason. And maybe you're not quite as stuck on one store.
But even the grocery store exclusivity was a relatively new thing in Rochester. Like, I remember as a kid, my mother bouncing from Wegmans to Tops to Walmart to whatever had the cheapest stuff, right? Like, it feels like only within the last 20 years did people decide I am a Wegmans person, I am a Tops person, I am a Whole Foods person, I'm a whatever person. Can't just be a Trader Joe's person. You supplement at Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't go to Trader Joe's, but this is what I hear from other Trader Joe's people.
Right.
My brother's trying to like fit into the Trader Joe's crew.
Oh,
He
he
drives
is?
from Greece out to Pittsburgh just to go to Trader Joe's.
Why?
I know a
don't
lot of people that
What do
do
they
that.
got?
I don't know.
They make like their once or twice a month trip out there.
That place
and
is
load
too
up.
small.
I feel like he's doing it just for the status.
Like he's a Trader Joe guy.
Yeah, like I feel like he enjoys saying like, yeah, when I was at Trader Joe's, check out my bag. It says Trader Joe's.
Well, does he also show you like the exclusive Trader Joe's products?
Oh yeah, he'll brag about that stuff all the time. And it's like, shut up, Ryan.
Yeah.
Shut up. I know you don't love what's in the Trader Joe's. I've seen how you eat, man. 252 WCMF, Wegmans has lost its #1 spot in the Newsweek Best Grocery Store in America poll. They've consistently been #1. Sometimes they share with Publix, but this year they are in second place behind Great Wall, an Asian grocery store with a Western supermarket retail operation. And again, they're not from Asia. They sell Asian food. First store was opened in New York City in 2004. Tommy's flipping the F out right now. Frank's on CMF. Hey, Frankie. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Yo.
Hey, the only thing I noticed, I read the article the other day, I think it was only like 7,000 polled, which is very low for a nationwide poll for supermarkets. I know, it's all over the United States, so, Wegmans is only on the East Coast, as you know.
Fair statement.
I mean, it's
fair statement.
Yeah,
but...
some of these stores are all over the United States. This Great Asian, I've never heard of it.
Great Wall, not Great Asian.
Great Wall Asian Market. Isn't
China
it?
store?
Great Wall Asian Market. No,
Yeah,
I'm not going
to. Frank, I'm just kidding. No, listen, I understand your concern about the. Hold on. I understand your concern about the polling, but I mean, Wegmans was winning this even when it was 7,000, right? Like if this just out of nowhere happened, that argument would be legitimate.
Oh, okay.
But the fact that they were winning it when it was always 7,000,
I agree.
Right?
Totally agree.
All right, Frank.
But it just sounded low for the United States.
Sure,
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye, Frank. We're going to let Frank go.
Thank you very much. That's the way it is.
I mean, we've also seen, to your point about other grocery stores, right? What's happening here in town? It's not not just the fact that people, Kimmy, are bouncing around more because maybe things are more expensive and they're looking to find a deal. Other grocery stores are having no problem taking Wegmans head on in their hometown.
Yeah.
What the Whole Foods saga that we saw play out for years. Right. Aldi's is now opening more stores in the Greater Rochester area. Irondequoit has 2 now, if I'm not mistaken, or will soon. And we talked about how that super discount grocer.
Oh, poor food. Going on to poor food.
They don't even get excited at the end.
This is poor food.
They are opening their first location in the state of New York, 100 yards from the Highland Drive Wegmans in Henrietta. That tells me they're not scared.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you look at the Henrietta, I live in Henrietta, so let's use that example. There are 2 Wegmans about a mile and a half from each other.
Yeah.
And Price, Right, that store, Aldi's, Tops, they're all in that same town.
Do you put Costco in that category too?
I think Costco
is that a different?
I want to say
experience.
I don't think Costco and Wegmans. I mean, they're competitors.
I mean,
but
they Yeah, I mean, they are a grocery store partially.
But it's a different experience.
It's like bulk.
Because aren't we getting another one of those too?
In Penfield.
Oh,
well, that's if the people in Penfield. Anything you put on the east side, there's going. Oh, we can't do this. What about the wetlands? Have you thought about the wetlands? Have you thought about the light pollution?
Yeah, but I want a pallet of pickles.
A pickle pellet?
Yes.
Pickle pellet of poor food. I mean, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Now that you know that Great Wall has overtaken Wegmans this year in the #1 grocery store spot, if you were to be driving on vacation somewhere and you saw Great Wall, would you go check it out?
Oh, yeah. I would check it out.
Yeah, I'd want to
You're
see.
going to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
You'd want to see what all the hype is about.
Yeah, I want to see what the enemy's up to.
What if you loved it?
I know. He will never admit that he did.
I
No,
never
because
will.
he loves Publix. You admit you love Publix.
I love Publix till I met Wegmans.
Bro, it's not a woman. Like, this is not someone trying to take your...
Better.
Wow.
I wouldn't have said
Wegmans
that.
is better than a woman.
What are you doing?
I've been assaulted by women.
Are you?
Yeah.
I have women trying to kill me with their car. Danny's been nothing but nice to me.
Can you also live in Wegmans? Because you might have to have this conversation.
All right, let's take a break. The Olympics are officially underway.
Yeah.
Man, you want to talk about a wide range of opinions on that opening ceremony the other day.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
I kind of like the horse on the river. That was pretty cool.
All right.
Yeah.
But we're not here to talk about the opening ceremonies.
Okay.
What we're here to talk about is an event that is yet to happen, not because of weather. Well, I guess it's kind of because of weather, but more because
they're blaming it on the weather. But I don't know if that has all that much to do with it.
They're going to try and get this off today.
Okay.
And the reason they haven't been able to get it off is legitimate fear for the health of the athletes. That being said, there is one athlete who will be participating in an event in this body of water that has had a unique training regimen thinking this will give him an advantage over other athletes not preparing for sickness.
Oh, all right.
We'll explain next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The Olympics are officially underway.
Yeah, buddy.
Shock face America currently in the lead at medals. USA basketball looked fantastic yesterday.
Take that, Serbia.
Yeah. Well, they have the league's MVP on their roster.
Yeah, but that's all they
helps.
got, right? Then it's like guy with one leg shorter than the other.
I don't even know how he made the team. That being said, there are some athletes, not only from America, but from around the world, who are waiting to do their event because where they were supposed to do it yesterday became far too dangerous, which has one athlete deciding, I'm going to do something to ensure I don't get sick.
Okay, that's a good idea.
You're hanging
plan.
out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Yesterday, what event was supposed to happen in the River Seine yesterday in Paris?
Was it the triathlon?
Was it the triathlon?
I thought
Okay.
so because I thought
This is the open water portion of it, right?
thought the triathlon committee or whatever they were the ones overseeing the water and everything.
Okay, so we talked on the show a couple of weeks ago about how there were worries that the events happening in the Seine could not happen because it's full of poo.
So they said you could get E. coli?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
A lot
And
going on in there.
so when we initially talked about this,
It's sewage.
Yes, the president of France and one of the IOC committee members were going to swim themselves in the river to show how safe it was. And in protest for all of the money that they were going to spend to fix the river, French residents planned what they called a poop-in, where as they were swimming down the river, they were going to take dumps in the river at the same moment. And look, here's the thing, man. However we feel about France, when they want to mess up something, they do it.
All right.
Somebody set fire to the rails during the opening ceremony. Did you see that? The commuter rails?
Saboteur.
A whole bunch of workers right before the Olympics from a whole bunch of different job titles that wanted more money went on strike the day before the Olympics started. Like, man, they were lopping off heads of the 1700s. They've been going ever since. Point I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
They had to delay yesterday the triathlon because of the water
E.
safety.
coli levels were high.
Yeah.
You got it.
In le poo.
but they're
Le
good.
stink. Le sticky poo.
But they're going to try and start it today. However,
It's that different 24 hours later.
there is one athlete who believes he has figured out how to make it better.
So what do you do?
He is an American triathlete, Seth something. He stopped washing his hands to prepare for the swimming part of the triathlon of the River Seine.
So, develop a tolerance to, your immune system?
You got it.
So, wait, so when he wipes himself, he doesn't wash his hands?
No.
But how does he shower?
That's a good question. Well, I mean, I guess you shower once a day
Yeah,
once you're wiping your
okay.
if you're eating.
But you're touching your crank, your butt.
Touching everything.
Yep.
No, but the crank and butt are the worst.
Well,
Crank and Butt was my favorite morning show in the 1980s.
Those guys were great, man. What happened to them?
One went the other and was all over.
Think of the door handles you've touched, especially when there's so many people in and out of these places right now, watching the events and just being around everything.
So his name is Seth Ryder.
Yeah,
and
he's ready to go, baby.
This is his plan. Now,
Okay.
there is some scientific backing to this idea. So if he's exposed to more E. coli, it will help his gut fight it better.
Oh, sewer Seth.
Theory. But here's the thing. Doctors clearly state there is no guarantee it works. There is also a chance that his plan backfires and just the plan gets him sick before the race. So, right now, athletes potentially are forced with the choice of competing for gold, knowing you're about to jump into a river of human dumps, or foregoing a lifetime of commitment and years of training and sacrifice to guarantee that you stay healthy.
I got to say, watching some of these events and what these kids put their bodies through looks insane to me. And I'm thinking, if you spent your whole life doing this, you're jumping in that river and going.
I understand.
You're a kid.
Oh yeah, you're not going home now, right?
If it's up to them, they're jumping in that river.
Here's my question.
What?
And I've never done a triathlon before because
Well, now you tell me.
I'm not insane. Well, probably I could do it if I wanted to.
Oh, of course we.
I could do it.
Yeah.
So, Kimmy, could you look up, because the swim is first,
Distance,
right? Is it run, swim, bike?
I think it's swim,
run, bike?
I always thought the
I
swimming
thought
was
the
last 'cause
running's
you're
at the
wet.
end.
No, swimming's
No.
no, because they're running, taking their
Is it?
stuff off while getting on their bikes.
let's
It does.
see.
I don't know.
right.
Bottom line is this. Would the potentially E. coli contamination get you sick before the race was over?
Oh, I mean, it would hit you that fast.
Well, because if you get food poisoning, it can happen anywhere between 2 and 6 hours afterwards.
Yeah.
So is the risk here not I'll be sick tomorrow? Is the risk here while I'm trying to run the distance while I'm finishing up that I'm pooping and puking, which was my second favorite morning show from the 1980s.
It'd be pretty interesting to watch.
I'm sorry. What exactly did you want me to look up?
How it goes and how
So
long the distances are.
It's okay. It does go swim first, cycle, then you finish with the run.
Okay.
Let me see the.
Because, think about it, man. If there's gonna be 4 hours between you being in the water and you crossing the finish line, you could potentially be dealing with the symptoms.
Out.
Yeah, I mean, right, or just be violently ill. Mm-hmm. And it all depends too on how much of it you swallow.
Oh God!
Or it gets up in your nose and eyes.
Oh yeah, that's sewage, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's poo, baby.
And it's all kind of poo.
The swim's 1.5 kilometers.
Okay.
And then the bike ride's 40 kilometers.
Oh, 40
and then
kilometers.
You end with a 10-kilometer run.
Yeah.
Do you want me to?
I have no idea what that is.
Just Google how long it takes to run a triathlon for an Olympic athlete.
Because think about it, you're not only getting human poo. Every animal and rat and rotten food and anything else that they washed into that thing, man, you're getting
100%.
Oh, God, it's basically a sewage pit.
And then if it were to get in your eyes, would that immediately affect
It's got a sting.
Well, I'm saying if you start running an hour later, all of a sudden, are you
I'm
blind?
blind. I'm blind. I can run. I'm blind.
It's about 6.2 miles
of what?
Of running at the end.
Okay.
It's 24.8 miles on the bike and just under a mile swim.
Okay, but you could probably finish that in under 2 hours, like the average Olympic athlete. All right, so maybe it doesn't affect you during the race.
Maybe.
You're gonna be hurting later, though.
But why do it? There's got to be other places you can
train your whole life. Oh, you're saying there.
1.5.
Why push it?
Where's 1.5 miles of swim?
The ocean?
No, but it's got to be open water.
Well,
the ocean is open. Last time I looked.
But to your point, there are other events going on in different places and different. I think the soccer was playing in Germany or something.
It was.
Yeah. I think the women's team was playing in Germany, if I'm not mistaken.
They were.
Wait,
yes.
They're surfing in Tahiti.
I understand
because they need so many soccer fields. You know what I mean, and places to host because there's so many games going on at once.
But I mean, the idea, and it was with the opening ceremonies you saw too, why they did it outside throughout the city instead of doing it in a stadium. Traditionally, is they want all of the historical backdrops of Paris, right, to be a part. What were they doing in front of the Arc de Triomphe the other day that was breathtaking?
Oh. They were doing an event?
Yeah, there was. I think
was it tennis?
Maybe volleyball.
Oh, it was volleyball. Yeah,
right?
They showed the scenery and everything above the little arena there.
I got to give the French credit here, man.
Yeah.
I love the Olympics. I love the Olympics, and all of these
the
things.
volleyball's in front of the Eiffel Tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
But all of these things.
What dicks, man?
What?
Well, you're gonna show it off.
I would use Eiffel Tower, no big deal. We'll just put a beach wherever we want.
Oh, you're going to feel like you're going to hate him even more. Do you know that the medals that are being handed out to the athletes contain actual pieces of the Eiffel Tower?
Then how's it still standing?
One side is slightly shorter than the other.
That would make me uncomfortable. I'm up 1,000 feet and this thing starts getting wobbly.
They have pieces that they took off while they were doing maintenance on them. So whoever wins a medal takes home a piece of the Eiffel Tower. I don't know, man.
Pretty cool.
I'm a sucker for all this stuff.
I know you
love
are.
what the Olympics represents. I love the athletic accomplishment of it. I love the history of the whole thing. This has been awesome.
I do want to watch the river one.
You're only going to watch this to see if they're going to start puking.
Yes. Because it's going to be gross.
There is a valid question here. We're talking about 252 WCMF. The triathlon was supposed to happen yesterday. It was delayed because the River Seine had too much E. coli inside. They were worried this was going to happen. France said, no, it will be no problem.
Les toxiques.
It turns out, hold on, I'm sorry. They had to delay it. They are going to try and do it again today, but an American triathlete, his name is Seth Ryder, has been preparing for this to bring his E. coli tolerance higher by not washing his hands after going to the bathroom. Kimmy?
Somebody also just brought up a question. Can you get pink eye from that?
That's what I was trying to figure out. It would have to be, right?
I mean, it's got E. coli may not be the only thing that's in that water. Think about pharmaceuticals that we say that people are flush and all that stuff starts getting into the fish.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be getting that stuff in you too.
But I do wonder, to your point a second ago about all the torture that these athletes put their bodies through in every sport, with the exception of ping pong.
Yeah.
If you gave the triathletes a choice, it's not safe. We're going to let you decide if you go or not. They're all going to go.
Oh,
right?
yeah. They're too competitive.
Okay.
I mean, you spent hours a day doing this one stupid, pointless thing.
Well, it's not stupid and pointless
it's
for
pointless,
them.
Man.
I mean, some of them make a living doing it.
Kinda.
Well, no. I mean, you have sponsors. Don't they have races that you win money in?
But in the river?
Yes.
River swimmer?
You dive down and you pick up the money off the ground, you idiot. I go down these wormholes watching these events because I'll watch whatever's on and I will watch it. I got lost for like 6 hours yesterday.
I don't know how you do it.
I love it. I can't get it up.
It's so boring.
I think I'd be a good fencer.
You have to like stand like that.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, we had 2 girls here that I think they got bronze. The Zimmer twins. They were good. They were really good fencers.
Random fact.
Well, I guess you always remember when you meet an Olympian.
Well, they used to come on the show a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean that's because your show was so good. Everyone knew if you wanted all of your hot fencing information.
Right there, baby.
No, I think I would be a good fencer, and I'm upset that I didn't have the opportunity to try fencing.
Fencers don't tend to be oafish.
I'm not oafish.
Oh my God!
I'm very light on my feet.
No, but you're like an ape.
I'm boss.
Get like an orangutan a knife.
No, I was watching.
You'll be good at an orangutan knife fight. Oh, look who brought a banana to an orangutan knife fight.
Wait, so I'm fighting a British
orangutan.
Sean Connery impression orangutan. Okay, I gotcha.
No, you're not built for fencing.
I was watching
They're very slight people.
I had never seen fencing before, and like I'm watching, like I never like sat down and like watched it, right? And I'm watching, and like they're up on their toes, like I could do that.
Okay.
Literally, I could do that. I'm telling you, man. I think I'd be good at it.
You look like you're trying to swat a fly.
I was watching.
Yeah, but I don't. Do you know the rules well enough?
Yeah,
to,
stab that guy.
No, like I don't know. I don't get how the point system works. Stuff you can't do.
Here comes country club rich douche kid with your fencing facts.
Oh, you get points on touches. Okay. I know that, but I don't know like where you touch on the body.
For you, nowhere.
Yes.
HR is on its way down. No, man. Like is there like a fencing club of Rochester?
Yeah. I'm sure there is.
I think there is.
I mean, these girls train.
Yeah, and followed it up with, I'm sure there is.
I bet you those girls probably have a fencing club.
Like, if there's people that fence, I want to try it.
But why? It's like a pointless sport.
No, every sport is pointless.
No, but like,
except for the sport of food to live.
But like, basketball, there's courts, tennis courts, golf. You'd have to really seek out fencing.
You mean like the fencing club of Rochester?
But you would have to seek it, and there's only one area you can go do it.
Okay, but I just want to see if I'd be good at it. Remember curling blew up a couple of years ago when it became very popular
people
in the Olympics?
All of a sudden got interested in it.
There are people that still play in curling beer leagues here in Rochester?
Yes, I know.
Right? Okay, so like, why can't I try fencing?
Go ahead, fence away.
It doesn't hurt, right?
No. No, it's pointy.
No, but you got all that padding on it, and it's got a tip on the end.
Yeah.
No, it hurts.
It doesn't hurt. Have you ever fenced?
No, but you can hear the screams when they're doing it. Ah! Oh, God! A medic! I'm stuck!
Was that? No, that was from the orangutan knife fight event. Did you have something to say, Kimmy?
No, I'm just being corrected. The women's team did not play in Germany.
I knew you were dumb. All right. No, I did see two.
I thought like they were trying to find other locations for soccer, though.
How can France not have enough soccer fields? Jesus Christ, that's all you do.
I think they do have soccer
fields.
Yeah,
they're fine.
Okay. Let's take a break. East Side Story. And it's another East Side Story of an indecent exposure. We've had a ton of these lately. But this is not the indecent exposure you think it is.
Oh. But it still got whipped out.
It never is.
No, that's just it.
It wasn't whipped out.
What this man did is obviously wrong. Right? But it's not so much whether or not you should do this. The answer is no.
All right.
The question now becomes why.
Okay, the motive.
You got it. Because for this man to do this in the way that he did, he may have been looking for something. And we'll explain the whole story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I promise you,
Yeah.
the headline of this story does not reveal the ending. Because we've seen a lot of public lewdness arrests lately in the greater Rochester area.
This is a new lewd?
Yep, we can. Well, it is. It's a new lewd.
New lewd.
It's lewd.
Lewd.
No, it's not going to work. But what we've seen from men the last couple of weeks, it's not even close to what police say this man did.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:30ish. We got ourselves another mom vict.
Oh.
Pretty close to home, too.
Damn.
And what this woman's story, the allegations illustrate is, we always say risk versus reward. We are a risk versus reward show. But maybe the theory of risk versus reward can actually blind you to doing the smart thing.
Okay.
I'll explain just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Eastview Mall. Authorities say a 26-year-old man knocked on the window of a car with a woman inside. So let's assume this happened in the parking lot.
All right.
The man asked, "Can I show you something?"
Yeah.
Would anyone like to guess what happened next?
Well, I'm guessing
Something came out. A body part came out.
a dong.
Wrong.
Well, then he'd have to turn around.
No.
Sack?
Nothing came out.
Oh. Then I thought this had to do with nudity.
It
Right.
does.
Or lewd.
It does.
What is lewd?
Police say the 26-year-old man took out his cell phone and showed this woman a nude picture of himself.
Oh. All right.
Okay.
So, like in the past, "Can I show you something?" would have involved a trench coat. But now with technology the way it is, you just need the cloud. And you don't need to spend all that money on the trench coat.
Yeah, right.
Do you just want her thoughts?
Can we pause for a quick sidebar?
Yeah.
All right, okay. If the allegations are true here, did he use a cell phone nude instead of an in-person showing to enhance what he was showing her?
Oh. Can you put a filter on that thing?
Well, Kimmy, you can.
Yeah.
Kimmy, you and the ladies know angles are everything when it comes to nudes.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And guys, they can put the camera
A
at
lot of
certain
tricks, tips and tricks there.
Yeah, like there are dudes that can make their penis look twice bigger, twice as length, because of the way that they angle the camera based on the point of the penis.
All right.
There's also straight up using Photoshop to enhance some imperfections.
Okay,
that you
yeah,
have.
yeah.
Like when you really think about it, it would make the most sense if this man was trying to impress her that he
okay.
would be using some kind of technology.
Like what you see?
Exactly. But whatever the reason he used the cell phone, according to police, the man was arrested. He was charged with obscenity. He has a Victor Town court date coming up. So now we need to get to the why, if the allegations are true, this happened. It's easy to say, well, he wanted to shock her and he gets his excitement this way.
Sure.
And that theory isn't out of the question. But every guy like that we've seen in the past goes about it the acoustic way.
Yeah.
Straight up penis out. in
Raw
public.
dog.
What reason did he go cell phone over here's Madonna?
I have an idea.
Okay.
Was he stupid enough to think this was legal?
Yes.
Oh.
Like maybe it didn't feel as
I didn't pull it out. I just showed you a picture on my own phone, thinking legally there's nothing they could do.
Oh,
he
wait,
didn't think it was as risky.
Right.
Okay. So you're saying he still wanted the excitement of showing off nudity.
And he
Same
didn't think he could get
thrill.
in trouble.
Okay. That's a good question.
Yeah.
He found out he was wrong. if
Same
that was his
thrill
theory.
without the breeze.
Yeah.
Same thrill without the breeze. No, but part of the fun is the breeze. Have you ever, look, quick sidebar again.
Yeah.
If you're a man who's ever felt the breeze on his sack, there is something freeing and exciting
Okay.
about
Yeah.
that, right? I would think
Rustic crank.
Rustic Crank, aren't they coming to Lilac Festival next
I
year?
think they're doing another country jamboree.
I would like to show you my dong. Here's my dong. Home away.
I think they're opening up for Chesty Jackson.
No, I always thought, like, number one, if you were going to be a perv showing off your penis, the excitement was the shock.
Yeah.
Number two, breeze on your balls.
Yeah.
Okay. That. I guess that's possible that he didn't think it was illegal.
Because I know there's guys in town that have a picture of their dong on their phone that they like to show people at bars.
But why do you think they do it?
Because they think it's an impressive crank and they
Okay.
want to show it up as it. And they're not doing it as a joke. They're like,
Okay.
you want to see a crank?
But that brings. Well, do they do it with the Australian accent?
Oh, yeah, I think that's a crank. That's a crank.
But that brings up the why. Was this his way of hitting on this woman?
I hope so.
Because what you just brought up is exactly what that guy is doing. He is showing these women what he has.
Showing off.
In hopes that they're going to do it. And if you read between the lines of these allegations, there are points where he was almost concerned about how she would react. Yeah. He didn't run up to her. He knocked on her window.
Politely.
He politely asked.
Yes.
Pardon me, ma'am.
He didn't show her outright. Like you said, he asked her permission. Yeah. He didn't take it out in front of her. He had it on his phone. And the more you look at these subtle details of the allegations in the story, the more it feels like maybe he believed he could impress her and potentially get her number this way. Because like every other, hey, here's my penis story we've seen in the past, there's not much for personal interaction, Tommy. Dog comes out, and then they're on the run. They don't hand him a business card with their number and like a 1 to 10 you can circle on it.
Yeah. And he did get, I mean, if he said, can I show you something? And she said yes. And she agreed to it.
Well, wait a minute. What are you, worst
you don't
lawyer
know,
ever?
But you don't know that that's where he could. I would think if somebody's knocking on my window, maybe they need help with something.
I understand that.
Or I dropped something and they're letting me know. You know what I mean? I wouldn't think like a naked photo is coming.
No, but I'm thinking like how
that.
this guy's thinking. Like what's his thinking? Like he's doing it the right way in his mind. Okay. I'm knocking on your window. Yeah. I'm introducing myself. I'd like to show you something. You agree to it. Okay. I'm thinking he thinks he's completely in the clear here,
because
and she's kind of into him.
Okay.
Because she said okay. Yeah. I'm thinking this guy's thinking he's in.
But they didn't have any other interaction other than this, right?
Not as far as I have. No.
I mean, would be my approach, but
I kind of feel like you're trying to argue this guy did nothing wrong.
In his head, I don't.
Oh,
no, he did wrong, but
I
think
how he justified it.
I think he thought he was doing everything the right way.
Okay, fair enough.
Like he was beating the system. Now I can do this.
No, and he was doing that in the picture.
Well, Jesus Christ, man, come on.
I would like to know.
So it was a video.
I would like to know if leading with a picture of your penis, just leading with dong first more than no conversation, no nothing. Has that ever worked for any man in the history of men?
Okay, think about that for a sec. 252 WCMF. We're talking about a 26-year-old man who was arrested in the parking lot, it seems, of Eastview Mall. Police say he walked up to a woman in her car, knocked on the window, asked, "Can I show you something?" She said, "Sure." He then flipped his cell phone around and showed her a nude photo of himself. He was arrested, charged with some kind of obscenity. He's got a court date coming up, but this is much different than any other here's my penis story you've ever seen. And we're trying to get to the bottom of why he would do it on his cell phone and not just take his penis out. Okay, so your question was, has any man led with a dong pic and it was successful for him?
Is there any couple story that started with, he just showed me a photo on his phone and I said, let's go.
Okay, so there's...
Didn't know anything about him other than that.
So that wouldn't work for you?
I don't know anybody that would work for. I don't know many people that wouldn't be immediately creeped out and want out of the situation.
Because women hate our penises. They think they're
that's
gross.
your theory, but...
No, they think that's the most disgusting thing on our body.
That's not what you should lead with, put it that way.
Okay. It's not your best move.
No, I get that. I think there's two different arguments to be made here.
What's that?
Right? One, yes, I agree with you that leading with your penis in both a tackle and a dating situation is a dangerous move, which you should not do. Right. I also think it's false to say that women hate penises.
And not hate it, they think they're ugly.
Okay.
Well,
they're necessary. That's fair.
Ugly. So you're not getting anywhere with it, I guess is my point.
Okay. No, I agree with you. You're not going to start that way.
They're gross.
Okay, fine. Fair enough.
Yeah.
That being said.
Yeah.
It's hard to look at because, on one hand, yes, no, you wouldn't think any woman in the history of the world, just based on the brashness of showing you my private part right away, right, would be like, oh, yeah, I'm all in on this. But on the other hand, so many guys do this. So many men have a history of immediately or right after starting conversation sending the dong pic. That would also logically lead us to believe that maybe it's worked in the past.
Man, to Kimmy's point, man, you got to, showing a penis, that's how you let off this relationship, and it worked. You ended up being with
That's what I'm saying.
And then we're together ever since.
I don't think it's ever happened.
So it wouldn't work for you.
I don't think that.
Do you know any girl in your chick circle that would work?
That's how they met. No.
Okay, all right. Listen.
It's impossible.
All right, I'm gonna delicately walk through this here because I'm with you guys.
Yeah.
Do not send a picture of your penis to random people. Yeah. It's a crime, by the way. That is a crime.
Right.
And I also agree with you guys that wouldn't work. That being said, Kimmy, would a friend of yours admit that she would get excited and be interested in a guy, even if she was, that sent her a picture of his penis right up front?
I just can't imagine a world where that would just, you drop all caution.
I'm with you.
And say, I am so attracted to that photo that I am willing to give this a shot.
I'm with you. But no woman would ever admit to it either. So, like, it's
I don't think it's... I'm sure there's something for everybody. Maybe it's a rare occurrence, but I don't think that would be a way to, the right way to lead.
I guess what I'm saying is this. Yeah. We're a show that Tommy works a lot in data with polls and numbers and things like that, right? There would be no way to actually do this study. Because if there were a small handful of women that did enjoy this, they wouldn't admit it.
Yeah.
And the men that have done it are going to lie and say, yeah, it's worked before because my penis looks so good. This is a champion crank.
Like, I could think, like, maybe this would have worked 100 years ago. Like, that's how a man walked up to a lady, showed her
Yes.
penis, and I just went off with him, you know what I mean? Like, those were
When
your
people
options.
were, like, walking around nude, basically.
Yeah, they poor people back in some village 200 years ago.
Okay.
But I can't imagine, like, it ever really worked in modern times.
No, I'm with
Like,
you.
she would have to be attracted to that photo and only that photo, and it wouldn't even matter what you look like. Like, you're kind of an ugly guy, but that picture, it's doing it for me.
I don't know. I mean, there aren't chicks that are like hooked up with ugly
I
dudes.
can remember him coming out that field with no breeches on, and I got one look at that wanger, and I knew I was hooked. I said, that's penis is the bee's knees, and we've been together for 4,500 years.
The penis is the bee's knees.
Yeah, it would have to be some old pioneer dumb woman.
Let me ask you this question.
Like, you were looking at it for survival reasons, you know?
Survival?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Natural selection.
That penis will defend me and the family.
So with the knowledge that this man is accused at 26 years old of showing a picture of his penis on a cell phone to a woman in the parking lot of Eastview Mall, and then, Tommy, the knowledge that you know somebody who keeps a picture of his penis on his phone at all times, along with all of the men who have sent pictures of their penis to women before.
And I had a buddy whip one out at the bar.
Just talking pictures.
Yeah.
How many pictures of their own penis does the average man have on their phone? And I say average, keeping in mind that there are men who have none. Lots of men who have none.
Yeah.
But if we factor in how many penis pictures guys that do it have, what's the average per man in America, do you think? You get what I'm saying,
Yeah,
right?
so like some guys have 10 pictures on their
And
phone.
some have none.
So we run that number over the whole mass of humanity over the country of penis.
Are you talking
Yeah.
pictures that you've taken of yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
You solely your own penis pictures, not anyone else's penis pictures, whatever you're doing on the weekends?
So it couldn't be more than one.
No, I disagree. I think that if there's a
I
guy...
think if you were gonna take, even if this is only meant for one person, you probably take a minimum of 10 just based on like angles alone, right?
I'm thinking out loud here, and if you, I mean, guys gain weight, they lose weight, certain lighting in different spots. I bet you the average guy that sends a picture of his penis, I'm just throwing this out here, has a minimum of 10 penis pictures of himself
10.
on his phone. Well, yeah, because like let's say you're trying to impress a woman, like you're gonna save the ones that look good. Kimmy, you know women save those nudes that look good, and they'll use them multiple times if they're single. You have to keep presenting yourself like, hey, I'm in a new place now.
Okay.
So you have to have a lineup ready in case maybe you're not hitting
Multiple pics.
Well, yeah, let's say maybe you're not hitting the gym as hard,
All
right? Maybe the lighting's bad here. Maybe
Wouldn't you just delete those?
Well, no, but you got to save them in case there's another woman you want to impress.
All right. So you think the average person, if they have any at all, they have at least a minimum of how many?
10. I'm gonna
I
guess
think you're
10.
doing a photo shoot, right? You're not just like one and done.
I would guess,
You'd have to feel so stupid doing it.
unless
Well,
you're
you'd
impressed by
say-
what you got going on.
No, but you'd sit there like alone, like looking around.
Why
like
were you
you're
doing the
like you're
wedding
Chrissy,
song?
like Chrissy Brinkley of penises here trying to get that perfect shot for your
Well,
L'Oreal commercial.
I'm thinking, especially if you've never done it before, it's going to take a little bit of trial and error. Not this mirror. Not this mirror. Not this lighting.
All right.
I don't think guys go mirror. I think guys.
You don't think they do the bathroom selfie?
Oh no! I always thought the ones that women have shown me that guys sent them were always from the one that Tommy to download because it makes your penis look bigger because you're getting it. From
Yeah,
the
you
base.
want like it's like a train coming at you.
But what if you wanted your whole body in it?
I mean, I guess you'd have to do the mirror.
Yeah.
I don't know. How many guys are that confident in their build?
Right.
I mean, I've seen like.
I mean, I'd do it, but you know, hashtag no days off.
I've seen
Nobody asked you.
friends of mine who are on like dating apps, and like guys will take like those nude bathroom selfies and they'll just cut it off like right before you can see anything. But I'm like, well, you definitely took a full nude shot and just cropped it, so you've been taking nude photos of yourself.
You're probably right. So that being said, if 50% of men have pictures of their penises and 50% of men don't, is that a fair statement? You think it's more than 50% or less than 50%?
Well, you tell me, because I'm too old for this game.
No, I mean, I am too. I just missed it.
I'm shocked there's 10.
I just missed it. Right? Because I got married young and, like, you know, cell phone technology. You couldn't take a picture of your penis with a BlackBerry. It was going to be all cubey. So that would mean then the average American man has 5 penis pictures on his phone.
Okay.
If we work it all out. And I think that sounds about right.
Okay. It's kind of weird now. That's going to be stuck in my head all day.
Mm-hmm. Says man who said, I know a guy who shows his penis to pictures on his penis
I thought he
pictures."
was unique, but apparently he's nothing.
Maybe he was a trailblazer.
Oh, he could have been. Yeah.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
We are a risk versus reward show.
What are we risking?
Well, the risk is not us. The risk is what this woman was risking. She was risking her job, her reputation, maybe her freedom. The reward being cold, hard cash that wasn't hers.
All right.
Well, she lost the risk versus reward game, although people will argue that what this woman allegedly did factored in risk versus reward better than others. And it's possible, Tommy, with this new mom vict, that even considering risk versus reward, that could mess you up to the point where you'd get caught and arrested and shamed, and we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. risk versus reward.
Okay.
It's hard for some people to grasp.
Mm-hmm.
For example, in this story, if the accusations are true, it'll cost a woman her job or reputation in a small town, and she'll face serious punishment for money that was in no way worth it. But when cash is sitting right in front of you, can you really, in the moment, decide if the risk is worth the reward?
So it's just there for the snagging.
I mean, it seems like it was. Damn. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Download the free Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Then log in. Listen to 96.5 WCMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday, and you'll get your daily entry for a chance to win your share of $100,000.
$100,000
in this national contest. No need to measure risk versus reward in stealing from your company.
Yeah.
You can win your share of $100,000 right here.
$100,000.
That's right. Download the free Odyssey app. Log on. Listen to WCMF for an hour. And really, I mean, you get 4 brilliant ones with us. So everyone's winning with your friends from CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
We have another accused mom victim.
What happened?
This one is the most mom vic stories.
Oh.
The county clerk for the town of Alexander in Genesee County. You're familiar with Alexander.
Oh, yeah, great town.
She has been arrested after authorities say she stole from the town. Police say the woman, whose age is not included, was first elected to the job of county clerk in 2019. Discrepancies in the books were found eventually, and an investigation was opened. So here's where it gets interesting.
All right.
Authorities say over the course of 4 years, this woman pocketed cash payments made to the town for various fees. And after she did that, of course, she manipulated the records to try and hide it. Seems she didn't do that great a job, seeing as we're talking about her. And when it was all said and done, authorities say she stole a grand total of...
How much?
$3,000.
Wait.
Okay.
Over how long?
4 years.
Oh.
That's not a lot.
No, it's not, actually.
That's like coffee money.
Yeah. It's an average of about $750 a year. And when you put that into the context of how that could change your life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a mortgage payment.
No.
You're not covering your car.
It's not life-changing.
Right.
It doesn't change your day.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. You can't even take a fancy vacation.
That's
on
literally
average,
going to Dunkin' Donut and getting a medium cup of coffee.
And that, to your point, too, is spread out over a year. It's not like it's one chunk, probably.
We'll
right?
break it down even further. On average, she stole, if the allegations are true, $62.50 a month, which wouldn't even per month cover a family of 4 to go out for a meal.
So what's that, $2 a day?
Yeah, just about, yeah. Based on the arrest.
For $2 a day, you can feed Gladys. Won't you help Gladys?
Based on the arrest, losing her job, the embarrassment she's facing.
Idiot.
Right? The risk versus reward was way off.
Yes.
Dumb.
Yes.
Okay. But at the same time,
Yeah.
that could also be the reason she allegedly did this.
Just to chip away?
Why she did this? Well, let me ask you
Just
this
felt
question.
like nobody would care, almost.
Okay, possibly that, right? I mean, the question when crime comes up, whether you're watching a documentary, right, or we're having a discussion in the room, or whether you're thinking about doing something yourself, is it smarter to take more, or is it smarter to take less? Because wrong is wrong.
Yeah.
You take $5, you take 50 grand, you're still stealing.
Yeah.
And if you're caught, there'll be issues. But do you keep it small? The thought being it's easier to hide. Or do you go big? The thought being if I get caught, at least I made it worth my while. Which type of person are you? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I'm greedy. I'm going for it.
So you're going for it.
Yeah.
So knowing eventually you're probably going to get caught, you just want to make it worth your while.
And like anytime I ever stole, I grabbed it all.
Okay. And you never got caught, which really pisses me off.
Well, especially with those razor blades, man.
Could you again tell the audience how many razor blades you stole when you worked at Winn-Dixie?
All right, so I left Winn-Dixie Quick Check, a grocery chain, in 1989.
Okay.
I didn't move here till 1993.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't buy my first house in my life till 1999.
Okay.
I still had razor blades in a shoebox that I had originally stole my last crime was 89.
Okay.
So 10 years. I had 10 years of razor blades. I finally ran out. No, because I brought them to that house. I had them after that.
In Webster.
In Webster. I had a shoebox. It's amazing how many
It's insane.
razor blades you can fit into a standard shoebox. And, the nice ones, the double-bladed ones.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you're going to steal, why not steal nice?
Lubricated strip.
Wow.
I mean, they were good Gillettes and Schicks.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Are you the type of person who steals a little to not get caught or steals it all to make it worth your while?
I think you always start out stealing little. Like, you think, I can explain this away. This is under control. Nobody's even going to care. And I think eventually greed gets the best of you, because if it's too easy to take that little amount, I don't know a lot of people that can hold back and only continue to take that little amount.
But it seems this woman did, unless she stole one massive chunk and then itty-bitty along the way. Like, again, the allegations here is that as working as the county or town clerk or whatever, she stole $3,000 over 4 years. So it sounds like she did. If the allegations are true, just keep chipping away.
A little at a time.
Right? Like, it's hard to imagine someone who allegedly stole $3,000 over 4 years doing jail time. So that's a bonus for her, right? But at the same time, in a small town like Alexander, the jail time may not even be the worst punishment.
No, it's just going to stick around with you forever.
Exactly. Everyone.
You got busted.
If you're convicted, everyone in this town knows what you did.
And is that an impressive bust?
No. But you'll have to face these people every time you're out and about. Right. Everyone is going to talk about you, why they think you did it, what you could have been spending the money on. It's going to affect the people closest to you.
Oh,
yeah,
your
kids,
family, your friends.
All of these things.
Your clergy.
It kind of feels like the more someone steals, the easier it is for other people to justify it.
Oh.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's a worse crime. Yes, you open yourself up to more potential punishment. Yes, it'll be harder to pay back in restitution if you get busted. Yeah. But if it's in this story, this woman took $80,000 over 4 years from the town of Alexander, and then she took a few nice vacations. She put a down payment on a boat. I can wrap my head around that motive.
You get it. Even though you disagree with it, you get it.
Exactly. Yeah. Like,
there's motivation there.
But for some reason, it's not that it feels not as bad. I think it makes her look less strange. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because, like, it's strange that you would only take $62.50 a month on average.
$2 a day.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I wonder if it was for something small that she just felt like she was owed, or, like, to your point, like getting a nice coffee or getting a nice lunch every now and then.
Okay, so along those lines, again, we're talking about this woman out in the town of Alexander. She was elected in 2019 as the county clerk, I guess, for the town of Alexander.
Right.
That's a town clerk? It doesn't make sense. That being said, police say over 4 years she stole $3,000, which averages out to about $750 a year to $62.50 a month. So it's also possible that if she's guilty, she didn't realize she had stolen $3,000.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
And it just slowly added up over
it just
time.
added up.
So if she took out an average of $62.50 a month, if the allegations are true, that breaks down to about $15 a week, 5 days. It's $3 a day.
Right.
$3 a day of working. Maybe she grabbed lunch a few times a
Yeah,
month.
that's what I'm
Maybe she
saying. Like,
bought
maybe
one cup of coffee.
She just treated herself every now and then, not thinking much of it.
And that money could have been nothing compared to the cash that was coming across her desk, right?
Yeah, true.
If you're taking, I mean, and it's possible greed could have saved her here. Like, when you're taking $1,000 a week, you know what that tally is going to be at the end. You don't want to get caught with that. But if you're taking $3 a day, it's easy to lose track, which could keep you from stopping, which could also get you caught.
It's pissing me off.
What about it?
Because it's take it.
No, but that's kind of what you did, though, right? I mean, like, you weren't stealing anything major. You were
No, but
stealing
when
small things
Do you know
here
how
and there.
expensive razor blades are?
Yeah.
No, but I'm not saying like he didn't take all of them at once. Like he took. I thought like you were taking them like once in a while or once over time. You
So
know
every
what I mean?
time I would grab, because there was a run I had to make. I always went down that aisle. So every time I went down that aisle, and it was probably 3 times a week, I would take the whole sleeve.
Oh my god!
So it was probably
You would empty it out.
they call it a J hook. It just kind of sticks out of the thing, and I would pull that whole sleeve out. So there was probably 12
Okay, I take it all back.
8-packs of Gillettes or Schicks.
Per trip?
Per trip.
3 times a week?
Yeah.
I wonder why you
Bro,
had so many.
and I would also give the other guys in the meat room, right? You know, and
Oh, what a saint! Look
He's
what
Robin
I
Hood.
stole for you.
everybody took.
No, but he would do that, Kimmy, to justify his own thievery.
Yeah.
Right, and also it keeps everybody quiet.
You're like a mob boss of a grocery store. You're the saddest godfather.
And that wasn't the only thing we were stealing, you know, on top of that. Like I like when I hear these stores, they got to crack down on it. I gotta get it because I was the person doing it. I was horrible.
Can I ask you a question?
Shoot away.
Just ballpark me. Do you think in today's money you had over $10,000 worth of razor blades?
How many do you think were in a sleeve?
Well, they're probably like 12 8-packs of razors.
Okay, can you Google what an 8-pack of Gillette Mach whatever is called?
Yeah. So what was it? 10 grand?
10 grand.
It could be. I mean, over a period of years.
That's what I mean.
Because don't forget, like I had them. I bet you I had 15 years of, and I would go through them pretty good, you know.
Yeah, you're not paying for them.
No, like I can remember. I don't remember. I can't. Yeah, I had to be a middle-aged man before I bought a razor blade.
All right, what's
And I
one?
shaved twice a day.
What's one 8-pack cost?
This is,
Every?
one, and these are like the little refills.
Yeah.
This is about $20.
All right, so 20.
Oh my God!
So, bro, that means you
now,
said you would.
now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you said you took 12 every time you ran through.
Yeah,
So that means
at least 10 or
every
12,
run
right?
you made, you stole $240 worth of razor blades.
Yeah.
And you did that 3 times a week.
Yeah.
So $720 a week you were stealing, essentially.
And you did this every week?
Oh yeah,
Bro, you were taking almost $1,000 a week. It's probably over 10 grand.
maybe.
No, maybe my ass.
So, yeah, you were...
I may be the reason why now they're locked up. Because you go to some places you can't
they're
get
all
them.
locked up,
Yeah,
a lot of
you
those
got it.
places.
Bro, you took more in razor blades in a month
Yeah.
than this woman took allegedly over 4 years.
Yeah,
Bro, it's over 10 grand.
yeah, it could be.
No.
Well, in today's dollars.
Yeah, obvious. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what we're
But
talking
yeah,
here.
yes. No, I'm talking 1989. I don't know how much they.
It doesn't make it not worth as much. It just makes the
Well, the dollar sounds more shocking now.
no, but that's what. What are you not getting?
I get it.
No,
I'm
I
just-
don't think you do.
I get it. It's a lot. It's a lot bad. A lot. It's bad. I did bad.
Bro, you might be at like 50 grand.
No, so for a year, in today's...
Oh, don't forget.
in
I
today's-
mean, some weeks I missed.
You literally
it's-
just
it's
said
almost if we're rounding up about $35,000
a year.
a year.
A year.
Yeah.
He's laughing like a schoolboy right now. All right, hold on. So let's say you did take a week or two off. So let's knock
Yeah.
$5 grand off of it. How long were you running this scheme?
God, I can't remember. It was a long time.
More than 3 years?
No, it was the same. I was only at that store for a certain amount of time.
2 years.
Because it was just convenient how I went down this aisle.
Yeah, very convenient.
Yes. So it was a solid year.
So you took 30 grand minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In today's money, we all know how inflation works.
What?
Bro, you could have bought a car with the amount of razor blades you were stealing from the store.
I could have sold them, like at a flea market or something. Yeah.
You better hope there's a statute of limitations on stealing razor blades from the Winn-Dixie.
How they gonna prove it now?
You just admitted it, you idiot!
Oh, I'm telling a funny story.
All right, let's take a break. This is a not so funny story.
Oh, what happened?
I mean, look, man, any parent would be horrified. This story went international, and it happened just west of us.
Yeah.
A woman took her daughter to get some fast food, and what they found inside the bag.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's bad.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Next to the break room. Let's see WCMF. Okay, this story is horrific.
What happened?
Now, everybody, well, I can't even say that. Nobody's dead.
Wait.
Well, no.
Oh, my God.
Right.
What the hell did they find?
Well, that's just it, man. Like, this is one of those stories where if this happened to you, you would lose your effing mind.
Yeah.
And no one would fault you for
You
it.
sound like you'd be traumatized.
100%. In fact, the poor little girl this happened to is traumatized, according to her
God.
mother. That being said, it's also an honest mistake because I think that everybody that has worked a job that they use their hands has had this happen to them before without
How
them
did it get
realizing.
in my bag?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. This story is an international story that happened about an hour west of us in Amherst. A mom of, I believe, a 4-year-old girl was taking her daughter to get some fast food through a drive-thru on the way home. And they get the food.
Yep.
She hands her daughter the food, and she starts eating her fries. And she tells Mommy, I didn't want ketchup on my food.
Oh, no.
So the woman...
Wait, she's already started eating the fries?
she is eating the fries.
Oh, my God.
The woman, thinking that they accidentally had ketchup in the bag, grabbed it and realized it was not ketchup,
But,
it was blood.
oh, God.
It was
All
blood.
over the fries?
No, all over the bag. There was blood
Splattered
inside.
blood in my fry bag.
They
splattered blood,
They
yes.
didn't notice when they handed it.
Apparently, they did
Wasn't
not.
somebody screaming in the restaurant when they were
Apparently
doing
not.
the fries?
I mean, I'm looking at pictures of the wrappers and everything, and it's covered in blood.
so
It's
somebody
covered in blood.
was...
So it turns out, according to Burger King,
Whatever.
an employee had cut themselves while working and did not realize in the moment they were bleeding. It wasn't until after the food went out that they realized that they had been cut and they took care of the situation. Okay. So Burger King, now, by the way, the mother has flipped out.
I don't blame her.
She did a TikTok where she explained everything that happened. She's become like this viral media sensation showing everything. So here's where it gets complicated.
Whatever.
Now, the girl who ate the fries,
Poor thing.
according to reports, will have to take blood tests for the next year to make sure that she didn't come down with anything.
Right.
And
Wait, she's got to do
obviously-
that for a year?
This is according to the mother. According to the mother. Burger King, the company, has offered to pay for all of the medical stuff for the little girl. They admit that something terrible happened.
Thanks.
Okay. Mom says
Yeah.
that the girl has not eaten since everything has happened
Can you
because
blame
she
her?
was so traumatized. I don't. All right, but here's the problem.
All right.
It seems that this was an honest mistake that turned this family's life upside down. And it's one of these stories that it's horrifying, but maybe there isn't a bad guy here.
No, but you're still like, your daughter, like, that's going to live with her for the rest of her life.
Yes. I mean, hopefully just in mind and not in anything else, right?
What if she can't eat a French fry again, ever?
Well, I actually wish I could get that. That would be great. That would help me immensely with my struggles.
I understand.
My French fry struggles, which is the name of my autobiography.
I mean, yeah, I'm guessing she's done with any kind of fast food for a while.
No, I get it. Like, Look, I'm not trying to downplay.
Yeah.
Look, I get it. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't done maliciously.
No.
Right.
But I'm thinking she's suing.
Well, that's just it.
She's going for the money.
So she said Burger King offered for the medical stuff. She said no, and she is now currently
she's gonna lawyer
contacting
her
a
up.
lawyer. All right. Is that the right thing for her to do?
I mean, there's money sitting there, man.
Okay,
Your
that's
kid's
not-
traumatized.
That is not what I asked. I asked, is it the right thing to do?
Yes. To sue? Yeah.
Why?
Listen, man, people make mistakes, but you're going to pay for your mistakes.
You just admitted you stole $30,000 worth of razor blades. Literally 5 minutes ago.
And people that definitely could have sued you for how you handled their meat.
You wiped your ass with meat and served it to a guy.
Yes, I did. I did do that.
Ass meat. A taint tri-tip, if you will. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Now, look, I don't blame this woman for suing if she goes ahead and does it. But, I mean, you do have to be concerned about, there are people that are concerned about how they look. Would you look at this woman differently if she sued for more than what Burger King was offering?
I feel like, yes, a little bit, probably. Even though I think we would all probably do the same thing. But there's just like a type of person you have in your mind that immediately sues companies any chance that they get.
Okay. But by the way, this wasn't any chance. I mean, it's a bag full of blood.
Right. And don't forget, this kid may
and to your
need
point,
therapy.
I guess
this child may need therapy for years.
But I don't
depending
know.
how she
But did Burger
processes
King
it.
offer to pay for that too,
Said medical.
or
I
just
mean, whatever
medical?
medical is.
Hey,
It's medical.
look,
but
man, $2 million, I go away. I think there's $2 million sitting there.
look, I know this, man. We've both had jobs.
It would be hard to let that money sit.
Well, where you
But every
at,
time
then?
I-
Where you
every-
at?
I don't know.
Like,
I
every
would
time I
be
watch
afraid
the-
of how I would look, though. I don't know.
But every time I watch those commercials, right?
Yeah.
Insurance says my case was only worth $25,000. They got me $6 million. I'm going, yeah, get him, son of a bitches.
No, you're not, because if one of your buddies was that guy, you'd be killing that guy. Greedy ass,
Yeah.
bitch ass, stupid ass bitch.
But I do root for those guys in a commercial. They're gonna make it, right?
They're actors.
Yeah, but the
portraying-
motorcycles flipped over. The Big Mac truck ran over his foot.
Wait, are we talking about a Mac truck or a truck full of Big Macs?
Either way, it's gonna hurt.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, this horrifying story that's made international news from west of us, outside of Amherst near Buffalo. A mother driving her, I believe, 4-year-old daughter through a Burger King drive-thru, gets the food, hands the bag back to her daughter. Her daughter opens it up, starts eating fries, says, "Mommy, I didn't want ketchup." She grabs the bag. It's splattered in blood.
I guess the fact that it also happened to a kid,
A little
too,
girl.
and not an adult who could kind of, process how this all worked out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I
It's
get-
grossed out.
Yeah.
I'm turning into a little girl if I get bloody fries.
Turning into so wait, have you already started with that outfit you picked today? Look. The Burger King said it was a mistake. The worker cut themselves, did not realize they were bleeding until after the food had gone out. By that time, the car was already gone. Burger King is, by the way, they also had to shut down the store for days to deep clean it.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are also
Probably in
paying.
the fryer.
They paid all their employees that missed time for the time off, which is a pretty cool move. Cool move by Burger King.
Right.
Burger King has offered to pay for all the medical, but the woman has not accepted, and it looks like she's going to sue for more. Again, her daughter is traumatized. She talked about how her daughter has not eaten since everything happened. You feel terrible for her, and you almost understand why she might go for more, but at the same time, it was an honest mistake. Anybody that has ever worked with their hands knows how this is possible.
Anybody who's ever worked with a bunch of other teenagers, too. Because we all have those part-time jobs where, like, you saw some other kids cutting corners that you wouldn't have wanted to know about if you were the customer.
No, I guess
You know
that's
what I mean?
possible. No, I'm saying what you're saying is possible. It's also entirely possible that you cut yourself and didn't realize.
Yeah,
it.
you could do it in
no.
the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, in general, there's stuff behind the scenes that I just wouldn't want to know about that
Sure.
probably could have put some people at risk.
Look, yes, fine. I think blood trumps all of
Oh,
that,
yeah.
right?
It's
I
the
mean, 'cause,
grossest.
yeah, it's like the motor oil for your body. Like, I wouldn't want motor oil on my fries either.
Yeah, as soon as you say like blood diseases, I get skeeved.
Do you fire the guy who bled all over the bag?
Uh,
I say guy, could have been a gal.
oh, girl blood. No, because I mean he just cut it. I mean he didn't know what he did.
Oh, but he also sent out a bag of blood, which is not on the
Yeah,
menu,
I
man.
mean, he does
You
it.
want our value blood bag?
I mean, the good thing about losing a job like that, you can go get another one pretty quick.
Yeah, as long as they
mean-
don't use your name as the one who shut down the Burger King.
Bro, they're hurting for people. They'll take Bloody Bob
Okay.
and his
Bloody Bob.
blood clot fry.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call. Ed's on CMF. Hey, Eddie. How are you, buddy?
Good. Hey, I'm just wondering, I mean, that's terrible what happened to the kid, but wouldn't you think a mother that just got handed some food through a drive-through window would have noticed that or checked the food out before she handed it to the kid?
So the kid got a kid's meal, which comes in its own separate bag. So, I mean, I understand why she would have just taken the bag, turned it around, and handed it to her. I'm guilty of doing that.
I guess, but that's my thought, but it is terrible what happened. So,
Ed, were you
all
that
right,
guy?
thanks, guys.
Wait, hold on. Ed, were you that guy that checked your kids' Halloween candy every time they came home?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, what are you doing then, Ed?
You're right. I was the one eating it. I was the test dummy.
Eddie, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. You're going to watch out for your kids' food. No, I wasn't checking for razor plates. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
So I told you, this weekend I was gone. My
I bet you
daughter...
were running all over.
Well, I was in Niagara Falls. My
Yeah.
daughter had a ballroom dancing competition. I'd never been to one of these things before, and it was just chaos all over the place, right? But even before it started, something happened that made things uncomfortable with my wife, my two girls, and then myself when I arrived.
Oh,
Your wife being hit on is an honor,
yeah.
right? Because it
Probably happens to you all the time.
Why do you say it like that?
I mean, your wife's a beautiful woman.
Thank you. I lost my train of thought. No, you shut up.
Your wife's a beautiful woman.
You're
I just would think you would be used to that.
well, no. See, here's the thing. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
It does not bother me.
So what was the problem?
It's who else was in the situation that made it uncomfortable. And when your wife gets hit on, depending who is watching, seeing, observing, can change what you're supposed to do, I guess.
All right.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Your wife is your property. Not really. But when it comes to other men looking at your spouse, some guys do feel that way. So when it goes past just looking, and all of a sudden, a man with adulterous intentions decides your wife is someone they're taking interest in, what do you do, buddy? What do you do?
So what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30-ish, live from Buffalo Bills training camp. It gets dangerous.
Ooh.
Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan will be joining us, and over the weekend, things got intense.
Oh, it did, huh?
Fight. So,
already, huh?
Multiple fights. And I don't know, we have this debate every year, and nobody can give us a clear answer on if fighting is good at training camp or if fighting is bad at
I always
training
thought the coaches wanted it to an extent.
And it depends on the coach. And all it takes is one guy to, like, break something, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like,
go
that's
wrong
what-
pretty quick.
We'll
But
get
they
it.
don't normally hurt each other.
Oh, it's happened.
But it's pretty rare, isn't it?
No.
Usually it's just like pushing and shoving.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So I told you guys last week, my daughter had her first ever like big ballroom dance competition out of town. It was in Niagara Falls in Canada, and it was like a multiple night day thing.
Yeah.
So Thursday night, my wife and 2 daughters went up to Niagara Falls, and they stayed the night in the hotel so my youngest could be up bright and early to start her dance competition. But because somebody's got to make the bacon in this family,
No, she was there.
I had to work on Friday. So I went up right after the show.
Yeah, with your bacon.
Canadian bacon.
Actual bacon.
So while I was here on the air, my wife and daughters had breakfast in the hotel.
Yeah.
And apparently, the waiter in that restaurant took an interest in my wife.
Oh.
So he was saying, and this is the report I got,
All
right? All kinds of things about how beautiful my wife was.
Wow.
He was asking how long she would be staying there. He asked if she needed someone to show her around while she was there.
Really?
Now, she had her wedding ring on the whole time, by the way.
Yeah.
At least so she says. So my wife also ordered coffee to go, leaving, and he drew a heart on the top of the coffee cup.
Yeah, this guy's a hard sell.
My daughters also say they kept bumping into him in the hotel the rest of the morning. Like he was going out of, oh, hello again. Oh, hello again. By the way, my girls were loving this for some reason.
Oh.
Like they found it, like the drama of everything.
They felt
were
like
just,
they were on like the inside.
They were all, Kimmy, they were all about it. They were all about it. They're texting
Like they
me.
were seeing something they shouldn't be seeing.
Well, Kimmy, as the show is finishing up, the girls are texting me updates as like my whole ride. Like,
Oh yeah, kids won't let you get away with anything like that.
So I walk into the ballroom of the hotel where the ballroom dance competition happened, which, sidebar, finally the right place. I've never been into a ballroom where there was actual ballroom dancing.
Okay,
happening.
yeah.
Finally
I see
happened.
It's actual function.
Exactly. But sure enough, when I walk in the room, this dude is showing my wife some kind of like pamphlet for a museum or something that he says she should check out. Like he's sitting next to her.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And my wife, she looks super uncomfortable. So he walks away as I'm walking over. And all of a sudden, my daughters are super excited.
All right.
Now that I'm there, they're going to see what I'm going to do
Oh, yeah.
to the man who hit on their mother. The phone number is...
What are you gonna do about it, Dad?
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
So, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I want to know your guys' opinion first. What do you do in this situation? You weren't there.
Right.
Your wife gets hit on. You now have access to the man who did it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What do you do?
Like to go up and confront the
I'm
guy?
asking, what do you do? It's the world is your oyster. What do you do?
You're not going to make it any better confronting this
No,
guy.
because he didn't technically
anything.
do anything
Oh,
other
he's
than
doing- I
he
saw
was-
there is a heart on a coffee cup.
Well, what if
It
he
is-
he'll be, I do that for
Oh,
everybody.
does he? Show me. Show me. Go ahead.
So what would you say to him? You got a boner for my wife, buddy? You find her attractive? Huh? You find my wife desirable, do you?
Well, there's a difference between finding someone desirable and going out of
Sure.
your way to hit on.
All right.
Right? Drawing hearts. By the way, you know what I do? I'd order a cup of coffee, and if there's no heart, I throw it in his face. So what do? You're doing nothing.
Yeah, because I don't think it would help. I think I would make matters worse.
Okay. Kimmy?
Yeah.
What would you expect from your husband in that
I don't want
situation?
him
And
to
I
do
know it's hard.
anything.
Just imagine a guy hit on you one time.
I don't want him to do. I don't want to deal with that confrontation. I think it kind of makes you look like you're being a bit of an ass by trying, like, confronting the guy over something that's, like a non-issue.
Okay, all right. But
Because, like, would you want him to come back and apologize to her?
Right. Yeah. Like, what do you want
Sorry,
out
I
of it?
found you hot.
fair enough. Fair. Well, again, there's a
Or
difference.
I mean, because they're just gonna deny it. No, I wasn't doing that.
Explain it.
I was just being friendly. I can't
Yeah.
be friendly towards
I'm
people.
Canadian. That's how we do up here.
I just don't think. I don't know.
No, I didn't ask what you would want your husband to do. I'm asking what you think he would do.
Oh, I think it would have to be so obvious in front of his face for him to actually say or do anything.
Okay.
Like, I don't think after the fact, Like if somebody told him they saw somebody hitting on me, I don't think he would do anything about it later on.
Okay.
Because you couldn't do it aggressively because you could get into trouble. Like if you started to threaten the guy.
Let me tell you something. Look, there was trouble before I walked in. I ain't starting trouble. I'm finishing trouble.
Boy, I'll put a knot on your head the Boy Scouts can't untie.
How do you feel about birthday cards, though?
I'll tell you something else, son. There's 10 badasses in this hotel, and none of them sent me birthday cards last night for some reason. You believe in Jesus?
So
yeah, it's like you can't. There's that fine line too of like, hey, did you find my wife attractive?
Okay.
How do you bring that up?
You can't answer that question the right way. Okay, so here's the thing. I walk in the room. The guy walks away from my wife. My daughter's like, ooh, what's going to happen now? Here comes Daddy. I didn't do anything. Like, I was there now. And to your point, if he has the balls to try again with me standing there, then maybe we, like, have a talk.
Yeah.
And this guy was a little guy. He wasn't someone I was going to worry, like, come in and sweep my wife off my feet, or off her feet, or my feet. I don't know, whatever he's into. And, like, here's the thing. Like, I'm a big guy. Like, if you didn't know me, I may be somewhat intimidating. So me just standing there may have solved the problem. Like, as far as I was concerned, to your point, the problem had solved itself.
Yeah, he left.
But
yeah,
my daughters didn't see it that way.
So what would they say?
They were concerned that someone had hit on their mom, and I wasn't going to handle it. And like, not to punch the guy in the face per se, although I think both of my daughters would have been excited if I did that.
But they're kids. Yeah.
They wanted me to go have words with the guy, like pull him aside and be like, hey! That's my woman, and don't you dare speak to her again.
Like her knight in shining armor.
Exactly. And it didn't feel like the right thing to do. And I'll be frank, even if this guy did get appropriate with my wife while I was standing there, I'm sure as hell not going to blast him in the face in a ballroom full of in front of a ballroom full of kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they're possessive over their mom. Because it's their mom, right? Like they probably see it as like she belongs to us.
Sure, and I
get
that.
So she feels like you're on their team when it comes to that.
So that made me feel like maybe I did something wrong. Like in front of my daughters, knowing that they're going to grow up to be, women, that maybe I should have walked over to the guy and said something, or at least made it look like I was saying something. I don't know.
But the teachable moment would be, your mother can handle herself. She doesn't need me. She's an adult. She's smart.
Sure.
She doesn't need me. Because it's kind of condescending in front of your daughters to say, like, I have to solve this because you can't.
You're right.
I mean, Jesus Christ, man. She's a doctor. I'm sure she can handle herself.
You're right. But counterpoint to that, right? Like, I mean, you
don't need a man in your life.
You
don't.
No, you're right.
You go, girl.
But on the other side of that, right, like your daddy is supposed to be big and strong, and I'm the protector of all three of them.
But
it is my job to stand there.
But the way that you react to the situation, and let's say you react poorly or things escalate, that may be what they expect out of a significant other later in life. And do you want them dating a guy that confronts people and gets possessive?
All right, but do you want them dating a guy who's just some pushover, and not just in the realm of?
No, but you want a guy that is confident that they can handle themselves.
Okay, well, one of them can. I know that. 252 WCMF. Again, my daughter had her ballroom dance competition in Niagara Falls Thursday night. They went up before me. I had to work on Friday. You heard the show. It was brilliant. But while my wife is at breakfast with my daughters, the waiter kept hitting on her. Like hardcore hitting on her. Like asking her how long she was going to be there for. She's wearing her wedding ring the whole time.
This guy's a snake.
Yeah, he was. I walk in the ballroom.
Canadian snake.
Then my daughters are... Canadian snake sounds less of a snake. Sounds more pleasant.
Kind of a wuss snake.
My daughters are texting me updates of my wife being hit on over and over as I'm driving up to go to get to the dance competition. I walk in the ballroom. The guy is giving my wife like a pamphlet talking to her about like some museum. And my daughters, when I got there, were convinced I was going to go like punch the guy in the face or have words with him. And I didn't feel the need to.
Okay.
And I think my daughters were...
Disappointed?
I mean...
You've let us down.
I kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Redneck. He's on CMF. Hey, Nick,
well,
what's up,
what a
buddy?
redneck's going to do.
What is wrong with you today, Patrick? Same thing I told Kimmy. You should have been proud as a peacock.
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't...
You have a beautiful, intelligent, hardworking woman, and another guy is not hitting on... Well,
he was absolutely
he's
hitting
noticing.
Oh, he was hitting
Yeah.
No,
right.
No, Redneck,
I mean,
I'm straight up with you. Like that stuff normally does not bother me. And this one didn't even bother me. It was the fact that my daughters expected me to do something and I didn't that made me feel like maybe I made the wrong call here.
Well, the only thing your daughters were expecting you to do was go over to them and see what schedule they wanted for 2 Christmases.
You think you're funny? You think you're funny, you son of a bitch? I'm going to come over to your house. Yeah. Tommy, say more tough guy things to Redneck. Go ahead, Tommy.
No, Tommy hit it right on the head, though.
What's that?
You did exactly what you were supposed to do. You let things ride, and your wife worked it out. Everything was copacetic after that.
By the way, that's not how rednecks used to handle things.
Over the whole thing.
You've got to be like this new breed of redneck.
He's confident in himself.
44 years old come Friday, so it's taken a long time.
I mean, you couldn't have made these Burt Reynolds movies back in the day with your attitude.
Great point. It's a great point.
Well, yeah.
You couldn't have had Cannonball
right,
Run,
though, like Tommy said. You let it ride. Your wife took care of it. Everything smoothed over, and you should be proud as a peacock today talking about it because, well, you still have your wife and you still have your beautiful kids. And
as far as I know, I haven't heard from him. Okay, all right. Well, Redneck, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Boo, lousy redneck. Don't like him.
Wait a minute, he agreed with you.
No, but when a redneck calls it, give me some redneck.
He said you live and you learn. And then he learned that that's not the way to deal with things.
I do wonder, in all sincerity, what women actually want in that situation. Because I get how you personally feel, Kimmy, right? Okay, but like, it's one thing to think I don't want my husband, my boyfriend, or anything to do something to that guy that hit on me, right? But
this guy was really also the way you describe him, non-threatening.
At least as far as I'm going. Well, I mean, look, how are you going to look at me? Come on.
Yeah, you look really.
Well, no, I'm not talking about you, but like your wife's.
No, I meant I'm a catch. My wife's going to leave this right here.
Yeah.
Is doing it for you?
No, not at all. Not with that thing on your chest.
It's okay, my button comes off today, so as of tomorrow,
said Grandpa,
my heart emergency button will no longer be here. Right. I have to put it in a box and send it to the company to read the data to see if my heart still works.
I'm ready to kick some ass.
Which I think this guy might be waiting on in Niagara Falls. But you were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
But like your wife wasn't scared or afraid. Like I could understand like you may have to step in and say something if this person's making her nervous or uncomfortable. But that wasn't the case.
No, you're right. But I guess what I mean by pushover, and I think, Tommy, you'll be able to relate to this.
What's
and
that?
Here's the thing. I knew you were going to have this take because you're a coward. What else?
Known hider.
Known hider. Like you don't like conflict in any way.
No, I'm not. I'm a very laid back.
I feel like you'd be there with divorce papers. Like had the guy like push it even further, like hitting on your well, I'm just going to sign these. You guys figure out what you want to do.
That's signing divorce papers.
Did you just say I'm not signing?
No, I'm not signing.
We did good sign.
Sweeten the deal a little bit.
No, but like as much as you don't want the conflict, you don't want all that stuff. Like I mean, would you be concerned that your wife saw you as a pushover? Like, should you be a little possessive of your spouse? You don't want your husband, Kimmy, to be a little possessive of you?
Not really. Not like to the point where you're confronting other people. Like, I don't mind if it maybe bothers you a little bit, but not enough to say something.
I mean, don't you want your daughters to be independent?
Yes.
Completely.
Yes.
Like, they don't need a man to, like, navigate life.
Well, look at us. What are they getting out of it? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, think of all the guys we know. Like, we're going to hook them up with someone like that to make sure they survive.
But I'm thinking, like, that generation of young girls are going to grow up to be more independent and not thinking that they have to be in a relationship or they got to have a man.
Sure.
Or they can't go here because I don't have a boyfriend.
Sure.
I think it'd be more freeing to live like that.
No, I agree with you 100%.
I would adopt the coward's way of life.
It just, there are times as you grow older where as a man, you realize that your dad is not as smart as you thought and not as tough. And I think as a woman, Kimmy, like there was a time where you thought your dad was the strongest man in the world.
Yeah, no. I mean, you always felt safe.
He's still pretty sharp.
Oh, no.
No matter where you went with Dad.
I wouldn't say anything to him if he hit on my wife, I'll tell you that. No, but Kimmy, I mean, there was a point where that started getting chipped away as you got older.
I'm sure, you just get a, better view of the world and the way it works.
It feels like one of those moments was on Friday morning for
kids.
Absolutely. Well, so you can't say it like that and be like you did the right thing.
No, I do think you did the right thing because you're teaching them that your mother can survive without you.
No, I got that, but here's the thing.
So let's get started.
Something that you two cannot wrap your heads around because you have never raised children. And I don't mean that.
Oh, I've been a child. And I've been in a family.
You're still a child. Your family hates you.
You feel like you disappointed your kids?
Well, no. Your children think you're the greatest thing that ever existed as they grow up. Like my stupid phone They send you like those memories, right? Like on your phone. And for whatever reason, the last like month.
Do you remember this?
Exactly.
10 years ago?
They've been sending me pictures of my daughters as like 2 and 4 year olds.
Right.
And like I was the greatest thing in the world to them. They would chase me around the house and they wanted to show me everything all the time. Like it makes you feel like Superman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My daughters now know that I'm stupid. I don't know how they figured it out.
Yeah. Well, they probably have access to radio.
They also understand that I have flaws, that I'm not a perfect human being, which is fine. That's the way it should be, right?
You can't solve all their problems.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The last thing that I had, for whatever reason, is they still think I'm the scariest, toughest guy in the world. I don't know why this is the case, but that thing. Now that's been chipped away.
Right.
So like, my dad invincibility is now officially 100% gone.
Okay.
It's gone. And had I walked over, and even if I walked over to the guy and was like, hey, listen, I'm pointing at you to do an impression of someone. Can I please order a cup of coffee where the kids couldn't hear anything? That would have been enough. Like I feel like I feel like I messed up. I feel like it's gone. The emperor now has no clothes.
But he did you a favor.
What is that?
Because this was eventually going to happen anyway.
This is who? Not if I walk around just punching random guys in the face all the time.
Yeah, but then would they expect you to do that every time your wife got hit on, which has to be a lot.
Why do you keep saying that?
But to her point, like, he did you a favor. Because now you know how to navigate this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the greatest thing about a-holes is they give you the raw data you need in life. Because everybody else is like candy ass.
Raw a-hole data?
It does, though. Think about it. An a-hole will give it to you straight.
Okay.
They're not going to candy coat it. They're not going to, like, be a yes man.
Okay.
They're blunt and it's raw. And sometimes you need that.
So blunt, raw a-hole.
A-hole.
Yeah.
You want a tip for life?
Sure.
Go out and be somebody's a-hole today.
Don't do what he
You
says.
will be doing them a favor.
No.
You will be giving them the raw, blunt data they need.
Don't do that because he won't. You're too much of a coward to do that. You won't take your own advice.
Listen, I am an a-hole.
No, not to
Okay.
people's faces. You said go out and be that person.
So I subscribe to the Reaganomics of a-hole. It's trickle-down a-hole.
Oh, so trickling in
Down a-hole.
down
A-hole.
with the blunt.
It gets
raw,
there.
the raw blunt.
The raw data you need.
252 WCMF. My wife was hit on by the waiter where they were having breakfast. I wasn't there Friday morning with my daughter's ballroom dance competition in Niagara Falls. The guy was like really laying it on thick. And again,
Canadian thick.
yeah. That's why bacon is thicker.
Oh, and that's syrup.
My daughters expected me to walk in and like handle the guy when I got there, and I didn't. It's not. I mean, it doesn't bother me. Fine. My wife's not going to leave me, right? And the girls seemed disappointed. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah. So, you pretty much knew that your wife was being hit on while you were driving there, right?
Yeah, my girls were texting me updates as to what the guy was doing.
So you could have just walked in, hey, what's up, Nana, and then planted a kiss on her, and then that guy automatically knows that, he knows what's up. At least he should know what's up.
Like one of those sweeping Hollywood ending kisses, like where you twirl her around in the middle of the lobby and everybody applauds.
I obviously gave my wife a kiss when I saw her from the night before.
Problem solved.
Oh, my God.
Well, because then you're basically telling him without talking to him, like, yeah, that's my wife.
No,
jackass.
yes, I'm not concerned that he's going to come over and hit on my wife while I'm sitting next to her. What am I, her white brother? She's Jamaican. Like, the only thing that was going to happen here is she's my translator or we're married.
Okay, fair play. All
Okay,
right.
great. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest. I'm done. I can't. I want to fight Ben now. Hey, call my daughters. Get her on FaceTime. I want to punch Ben in the face. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
This is kind of the opposite thing. We've talked about how ladies at camp be all up trying to get them numbers from them Bills players.
Oh, yeah.
Those are guys that may have girlfriends and wives. They got to deal with those ladies walking around. And that could cause some fights. But it turns out there's enough fights this weekend on the field to cover it for
It
everybody.
was getting a little chippy.
It was. We'll get into it with the chippy man himself,
Oh.
Mike Danger.
King Chip.
Chippus Maximus. Next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. fight. Now, there's an argument to be made.
Yeah.
And it happens every year. It comes up every year, and we never get to the bottom of it. Are these good or are these bad in the dog days of July and August getting ready for an NFL season? And, I mean, there's one man who can give us a definitive answer.
Sure.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Joining us live from Buffalo Bills training camp at St. John Fisher University. You can catch him every weekday, 3 to 6 on the Sports Bar, live, like I said, from training camp, brought to you by Ace Swim and Leisure, Chile Ave, and Ridge Road Webster, aceswim.com, and Maddie's Motorsports locations in Farmington, Spencerport, and Dansville, maddiesmotorsports.com. That's a big-ass intro. For Mike Danger, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Danger, how are you, buddy?
Let's keep the expectations in check. I don't need that big of an intro, okay? I mean, look, if you thought yesterday was testy with the fights, the pads come on today, Pat. The pads come on today. It's going to be hot. Yeah, tempers are going to be flaring today.
Pads and hot. Okay, so for those who may not have seen yesterday, there were 2 incidences during practice that got a little testy, Tom.
Whatever.
Wide receiver Chase Claypool, who was new to the Buffalo Bills, and cornerback Jamarcus Ingram, they mix it up after a play during team drills.
That's the funny guy.
No, that's Mac Hollins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So anyway,
The funny guy.
Ingram, the defensive player, was the aggressive one. They had to be broken up, but both players had their helmets ripped off during the fight.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Not good. And then rookie defensive lineman Dwayne Carter and offensive lineman Alec Anderson got all up in it with each other after one guy jumped off sides and another guy went too hard, apparently. So 2 fights yesterday at camp. Danger?
Yeah.
Camp fights good? Camp fights bad?
I think it's good. I think it's all good. I think all these guys understand, like, they're going to get into it. They're going to mix it up. It's intense. There are people fighting for their jobs, their livelihood out there. And at the end of the day, they're going to squash anything that may be lingering. But overall, nothing wrong with a little intensity during practice.
Okay, here's the thing. Tommy, you can back me up on this, right? Like, there are times... Thank you. Where, let's say you get in an argument with a coworker. You can, quote, squash the beef and everything's gone, right? Like, oh, we're out there.
Yeah.
But something always is lingering. And Danger, I am not one that believes that after a fight is over and they, like, hug each other, that there isn't still animosity simmering beneath the surface with these players. I mean, these are, like, big-ass professional athletes that have been the best at their position up until this point all throughout their lives. You're going to let some guy get the best of you and just walk away fine with it?
I hear what you're saying, and there's probably truth to what you're saying. But again, I don't think that that's necessarily a negative, that you might have that guy in the back of your head the next time you're lining up against him, and you have that animosity. You kind of – what's the saying, Pat? Steel sharpens steel? Is that the saying?
Yes. Stone sharpens stone. Agreed.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yes,
so I think you carry that extra animosity the next time you guys line up against each other, and it's not a bad thing.
All right, so it's good that they're attacking each other.
Well, I mean, it happens at every camp every year, but I mean, it does get out of control in some places compared to others. Like, I don't know, I'm going to knock on wood here, seeing as how the pads go on, like you said, but I've never seen a camp fight that has gotten out of control with Sean McDermott as the head coach, right? Although there are some teams, Danger, that are like notorious for having terrible camp fights, the Jets being one of them for whatever reason over the years.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned it. I mean, Sean McDermott has a specific kind of guy at this camp on this team. I think he's able to manage those personalities and egos better than a lot of other head coaches, certainly the head coach of the New York Jets, that doesn't become an issue. It's not a lingering thing, and that competition is actually a good thing, that even if it gets heated, there's a positive to that.
So I'm thinking of that. Who's that nut job in Detroit? Campbell?
Dan Campbell.
He seems to be – he looks like a guy that once fights.
Yeah.
He looks like he's ready to fight all the time, even when he's like just walking around eating an ice cream cone.
Okay. So, Danger, I want your take on this. And it's like Dan Campbell,
he looks nuts.
If you look at him on the surface, I get why you would get that.
He looks like
idea.
a serial killer.
He does. He does look like all those things. And for those just following along here, he's that guy that did that press conference where he told everybody he was going to like bite their kneecaps off, right? The more I hear Dan Campbell talk, the more I hear wisdom and see a soft soul. Like, he's a guy that has no problem crying in front of his players. He's done it at press conferences
just
before.
Letting out all the emotions when he feels them.
He also says things where it's like, wow, Dan Campbell. Wow. Like, Danger, he seems like one of those guys that's tough and scary, but he doesn't want anyone else to fight because he's going to fight everyone for you.
All right.
He's all of that. I think he is tough and scary. I think he will throw down. I think he doesn't mind his players showing that emotion. I think he's a I don't know. He's well-rounded, I guess. You have that vulnerable side where he has no problem breaking down in tears, but you also have the side that is going to bite your kneecaps off. I think Sean McDermott is maybe a Dan Campbell light. I don't think he's quite as intense as Dan Campbell
he's
is.
Smaller, too. I mean,
Yeah. Diet Dan Campbell?
Yeah, that's perfect. You nailed it.
Dan Campbell.
Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him every day, 3 to 6, every weekday on the Sports Bar over on our sister station, 95.7 The Fan. All right, so Danger, you mentioned the pads go on at Fisher for the first time today. What are you, the football expert you are, looking for the most with the pads on today?
Well, I want to see that intensity that hopefully spills over from yesterday's practice. But more than anything, I want to see what this pass rush looks like. We had a chance on Friday to talk to Daquan Jones, and I was asking him about the intensity ratcheting up when the pads come on. He says, it's not that big of a difference from when the pads come on versus when the pads come off. I'm like, yeah, I just want to see how that defensive line looks.
He was all like, shut up, Danger.
You don't know what you're talking about.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to see if that pass rush can get to the quarterback. I think that's the biggest question mark I have about the defense this year, going into this year, is do they have enough on that defensive line to get after the quarterback?
I mean, you got Greg Rousseau, who is always quietly having great years. Like, he isn't recognized league-wide, but when you look at his numbers, it's like, wow, I can't believe he did that. A.J. Epinesa, you can argue, had his breakout year last season, Danger. But, I mean, to your point, you got questions about Von Miller, and if he can ever return to at least form where he's a functional NFL player, right? And then past that point, you got some serious problems.
Dwayne Smoot is a name to keep in mind. He's been getting some run and getting rotated into the first-team defense as well. They brought him in as a free agent from Jacksonville, and I think their hope is that he can be to the Bills this year what Leonard Floyd was to the Bills last year.
I mean, you forget, I hadn't thought about Leonard Floyd in forever.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like that?
He was a big contributor.
He was.
I forgot about it.
No, but he came out of nowhere.
Short-lived.
He was leading the NFL in sacks for a pretty decent period of time. He got double-digit sacks, and he was a guy that was sitting on the beach until what, like May of last year? Like, you forget the impact that a guy like Leonard
where is
Floyd.
he now?
He's now in San Francisco. He signed a low-money deal to like approve himself.
He might go to the Super Bowl now.
He could have gone to the Super Bowl with the Bills if he re-signed.
Yeah, but San Francisco seems pretty good.
Okay. They also have multiple guys not showing up to training camp right now to get paid.
All right.
I mean, Danger, like, you're right. Like, there are we lost so many guys in the offseason that you forget. Arguably the most impactful player, Leonard Floyd, isn't here anymore.
Leonard Floyd.
Yeah,
I hardly knew you, Leonard Floyd.
It's not even how the song goes, stupid.
In San Francisco
Your song sucks. Shut up, let Danger talk. Shut up.
No, I want to hear more Tommies.
He's out. He's out of gas. He's done.
Yeah, look, I think everybody needs to take a step up. I think it's a weird thing to expect that they're all going to have this like gigantic leap and have double-digit sacks. Epinesa, you're right, had a good year last year. Needs to be better this year. Greg Rousseau had a good year last year. Needs to be better this year. I mean, you need everybody to kind of step their game up this year.
It doesn't sound good.
A few of those losses.
Well, no,
It sounds like a kind of weak in this department.
No. Well, I mean, there's an argument to be made that, but I mean, Greg Rousseau's a first-round pick. A.J. Epinesa is a second-round pick. Like, he's right. Like, you were drafted in these spots. You've been coming along. The Bills take their time with their defensive linemen, right? Like, he's right. You need to now take the next step.
Right. Well, somebody needs to tell them that.
I don't think it's criticism.
Hey, Epinesa, step it up.
Stepinesa.
Step it up.
Stepinesa.
You doing a Stepinesa it up?
Yeah. Don't sit over there just missing Leonard Floyd.
They all.
Goodbye, Leonard Floyd.
Again, he's out of gas. He's done. You got one pull, the engine fires up, and Peter.
Step it up.
All right, so Danger. James Cook missed practice yesterday for some personal reason. Do we know if he's going to be back today? Because that's another thing I want to see with pads on with the new look offensive line they got going on at center.
You know what? I believe. Hold on a second. Is James Cook back today? Did we hear?
Are you just yelling at random people walking by?
Hey,
anybody know James Cook? Anybody got James Cook out there?
I was asking Gene, who was actually at the Sean McDermott press conference a few moments ago, and he said that James Cook has returned today after a one-day absence for personal reasons.
All right. So we got that to look forward to. All right, Danger. So you're going to be watching practice, right? Mm-hmm. Trying to come up with new songs for Tommy to sing tomorrow, I'm sure. Who are you guys going to be talking to on the Sports Bar this afternoon?
You better be stepping it up.
The aforementioned Greg Rousseau will be our guest on the Sports Bar today.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Man.
I'm going to sing Tommy's song to him.
How's it go?
But Leonard Floyd. Leonard Floyd.
You got to step that up.
All right, catch. Well, you got to step it up. Is what you got to do. Catch Danger this afternoon with Greg Russo, 3 to 6 every single weekday, but specifically today, it's going to be a good interview. Does he still have his braces, by the way, Danger? We're going to need a report
You got
back.
to point that out for the poor guy.
Yeah, I'll find that out for you.
Thank you. The braces report with Greg Rousseau and Mike Danger. Catch him today, 3 to 6, and every weekday on 95.7 The Fan. Go wave at Danger while he's walking around on the track at Danger. Hey, if you're on your way to camp and you see Danger, sing him the Leonard Floyd song if you see him on the sideline. Danger, have a good day, buddy. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You two guys, see ya.
All right, come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rubber Room.
Adio, Monday Rubber Room.
For a Monday break room CMF that makes tomorrow a Tuesday. You know what that means?
What's that?
What happens on Tuesday?
Oh, were they fighting in the hood with Kimmy?
Apparently everywhere, it seems, these days. It's saying a lot these days. Kimmy's got a neighborhood app post that she has collected from you guys. We deeply appreciate that. She's removed street names and town references. She's going to read it out loud. You, me, everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
You have to listen.
You're not going to do what Tommy did last week where he installed something that everyone else heard and then decided that was a real thing in the post. And because we know every stereotype about every town, neighborhood, village in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining.
All right.
We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock tomorrow here on CMF. By the way,
What's
right now, you need to download the free Odyssey app.
Okay.
Then you log in. You listen to 96.5 WCMF on the app for 1 hour each day. Guess what?
What happens?
You get your daily entry for a chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000
in a national contest. An hour each day is your entry for your shot at $100,000.
$100,000.
And thousands? Is that we're gonna milk that now?
That's gonna be in your head all day.
Is it gonna be, let me tell you.
There's only one line to the song. It's not
That's
even a
just
full
gonna drive you
sentence.
nuts.
Let me tell you how good a songwriter I am. All right, I'm gonna take a song that someone else wrote. I'm going to put a guy's name over
And
it.
then forget how the melody goes.
Bang! Done. Another hit in the bank, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I got to go back home.
We all do eventually.
No,
Well,
I just look, man, I love my kids.
yeah.
I love them. But I was stuck with them all weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I did not have a moment of freedom away from my children.
Right.
And now it's summer vacation. So they're going to, as soon as I walk in the door, what's for lunch? Where you go? Where you go? I want to go here. My friend says this. They're like hyenas, man.
But the problem is, in the back of your mind, all you're going to hear is, goodbye, let it fly.